Okay, no intro today, guys, but we are live and not. Are you terrified? Is it too quick, too fast, too much? Appreciate everybody for being here. Sorry, the reason why it's a little unprofessional is because me and Josh and John are all in monkey suits we never wear because we're not typically like this, but we wanted to be professional for you guys. And so today we're going to have obviously a big kind of a mega collab here, obviously covering the US, Iran, and Israel events and the war that seemingly has opened up. Is it World War III? Is it regime change? Is it just a small strike? Here we are, here we stand. But joining me here at NAV is both Josh and John. If you guys want to go ahead and go in, give some introductions. Who are you? Why are you here?
Let this young gentleman go first.
Well, I am Josh Vandernoord, aka Chatface. I think, is that how it looks for everybody?
I'm moving it right now. I'm putting it in John's corner.
I was laughing at that. You can put it over my face. It's all good.
Oy vey. What can I say? So apparently, I think we're just doing this instead of Groip Report today. So yeah, a lot has happened. I'm sure you've heard, and I'm excited to be here to talk about it with our NAV guys.
Oh, yeah. I'm a person. I'm a face on your screen making noises. I do that often. I've been doing that for a while. I might continue to do that. Joking aside, kind of a serious situation. Ostensibly, maybe. I don't know. We'll talk about it. I'm curious what you guys think, because I've seen this before.
Yeah. I think it was everything but imminent. I think we were kind of just waiting for when does the ball drop? When is Iran going to be struck? And I think that we have our answer today. I think I'm most concerned about how many potential U.S. casualties we might have. I know that they've reported that none so far. However, Iran has reported they have at least maimed upwards of 200 U.S. soldiers. So I'm kind of curious who's right. I tend to believe the United States government over everybody else. But again, it's wartime. It's a fog of war. My fear is how long now? I think this is kind of where the direction goes to. We're not going to be able to prevent anything now. Everything's set into motion. So the next step is this full-blown regime change? Are we going to be getting boots on the ground? Like, what's the next step here? Is it a surgical strike? Where do we go from here?
My just to kind of, the ordinary world of the monomyth. What are the facts that like we can know for sure? I've again seen this enough times that the next 48 hours you don't believe shit that you see, especially on the fucking internet. Every bullet being fired, there's an equal version of a soldier in a room somewhere sending a tweet. So you just can't know, but I believe maybe you guys know, is it factual that this has been declared a 30-day operation? I've seen a lot of stuff lately about like get ready for 4 weeks of bombing, whithis is 30 days. So
I've not seen anything on the duration so far. I think they've deemed it. So here's what I've seen about the operation specifically. This opening one is Operation Epic Fury.
Yes.
But I've also seen reports that a secondary operation was scrapped at the last minute called Spartan Shield and is now being reconverted into a new plan. So I'm curious what details we'll have about that. But I've not seen anything about the duration, but I would expect that it's gonna be a hot minute.
As far as my knowledge goes, what I've heard also is that Trump does not he doesn't want this in the sense that like he ran on no new wars. The optics of this, they are not great. And we all know why this is really happening, which is why what I heard was reported is that he was frustrated that there was apparently no solution to this that did not involve us being just involved in Iran for an undisclosed amount of time. So I would actually not be surprised, John, if that the reporting of it was true, like if that was authentic. But will that actually be what happens is another story.
Yeah, I mean, with Trump, you guys know that I came up with Trump. It's really, really hard for me to turn against him. It does, what you're describing seems to me like, once again, he's caught in the middle. I don't know if the Epstein files are involved. I still don't really believe Trump is in those files doing anything egregious personally, or we would know about it by now. But maybe his friends, maybe his sons, I don't know. But he continues to like kind of give Israel mostly what they want, but not quite. And so I'm trying to stay positive here, gentlemen. I think it's still possible he's trying to navigate a really tricky situation while being mindful of not having it escalate to what I think we all suspect, that this is we're basically the shock troops on behalf of Israel to help them establish greater Israel, which I really hope isn't true.
Well, Josh, do you agree? Where are you at? Where is Trump in all of this? Right, I would imagine you definitely do disagree.
Where's Trump in all this? I don't know, but I know where I am, and that is I'm switching back to I'm no longer undercover. I'm going full Jew now. Hava Nagila Hava, adios. I'm going back to the
if you can't beat them, drink the juice with them.
So
yeah.
So to respond to that, actually, I'm actually more in John's camp. I don't think that Trump, in his heart of hearts, is fully on board with this. But Trump, as we know, is an extremely arrogant man. We've talked about this many times, how what he sees is catered. He's basically just the Trojan horse for this agenda. And in line with that, he's being directed. Now, obviously, I don't think they've got him chained up in a basement and are puppeteering him. There is a little bit of give and take. But Trump is delusional, and I think he thinks he can massage the situation to his benefit to sort of reduce it, where, you know, the eventuality, it's like, okay, we have to bomb Iran now. We're going to war with Iran. That's what's presented to him, and he agrees to it, but he says, all right, well, we're going to do it my way. But as we know, that's not quite how it works.
Yeah, I would say I think it's notable. John brings up a good point. There is seemingly, if you pay attention to some of these smaller meetings that occur and just the kind of ebbs and flows of every day, there seems to be some kind of hesitancy from the Trump camp to go full send with Israel. I guess also at the same time I look at that, I also would chalk that up to, that's like a natural tension. Like most people believed in the vote of what MAGA would be. So, of course, like if Trump went full blow on Israel, people would automatically be fighting back. And so to me, I kind of view that not as like an actual kind of tension between two entities. I view this more of like a slow drip. And they actually have to just like slowly let public sentiment erode before they do things. And I think maybe that's a bit more of what I'm seeing. I would agree on John with the Trump elements. I think, however, though, I think the protection element of people like Howard Lutnick is like just as bad. And when you look at the direction that Howard Lutnick went with the way he kind of transferred over to his sons, buying out, you know, penny for pennies on the dollar, the kind of betting against the tariffs, I think that kind of stuff is what needs to be outrooted from the administration. But when you see Trump defending it, it's also like, it's so circular. It's like he's working against you, but you're supporting it. What are you supposed to make of that?
I just, as the old boomer of the group, and again, when I say I've seen this before, like I remember I had friends that went to war quite willingly after 9/11, most of whom regret it and all that stuff. And I think, just setting aside for a second, is Trump on America's side or Israel's side? Like, I just don't think it works that way. That we have interests in the Middle East. I guess in an optimistic way, I like to think that maybe our interests and Israel's interest are temporarily aligned, and Trump is being clever about this. But with politics and money, you are beholden by necessity to the people with the money. I think, at least for the past, you know, this since January, since Trump took office or whatever, it seems much more he's working on behalf of the people that gave him money than he is on behalf of the people that support him ideologically. As a younger person, that bothers me a lot. Now that I'm old, I'm like, that's just how it fucking works. It's what you got to do. You got to, when you win, you're going to pay back the money people first, and then the ideological people. But
yeah.
It's just, I think Trump has to know, despite what he might say on Truth Social, that everyone's pretty fucking pissed. I think that's what his follow-up comments are sort of addressing. It implies he knows we're pissed. And so first It's like, yeah, let's go in, Mark Levine, hoorah. But now it's a bit more like only 30. He's now addressing us. on day, a little bit after the fact.
Yeah.
Chill out, no boots on the ground, things like that. I don't know. It's also just infinitely more difficult to figure out, again, because of fog of war, like you said, Atlas. You don't know what the fuck's going on. We, like, for example, as an anecdote, this missile that hit this girls' school, right? Is that really an Iranian misfire? Is there really an Israeli spy in that group of 22 that runs Iran? Or is that guy a double agent who fed Israel the false location of the meeting so that they'd accidentally blow up a school? I don't know. All those seem possible to me.
Yeah. And on that instant that you're talking about, I guess to let the audience know, this is kind of one of the opening bombings we saw on video that kind of came out. And the report is that it was Iran's elementary school, I think for girls, was struck. And it was like 30, now it's up to 50. Supposedly children have passed and other staffers. But the argument on the other side of it, in the fog of war, is that Iranian either did it themselves on purpose, like intentfully, or they misfired, and or like what you had said, someone double agent gave them the wrong coordinates, and they hit themselves, unwittingly. That's kind of the story you mentioned.
I actually meant more that, like, Israel thinks they have this plant in Iranian leadership, and Iranian leadership knows that, because you got to believe at this point, having watched politics, if you ran Iran or Orion or whatever you say it, wouldn't you suspect of Israel of trying to put agents in your leadership? I mean, I sure would. And then so I'd be looking for it, and then it happens, and do you immediately execute that person? No. You start feeding them bullshit, like in the movie Departed pointed out, right?
And I think that this is an important moment to kind of, like, my I don't know about you guys, but my perspective on this whole thing is essentially that we've been predicting this war was coming for, what, has it been 2 years since October 7th? And there's this little bit of like, haha, I told you so. But genuinely, my perspective is okay, it's serious. And I'm not really here to gloat about how right we are, because I don't want to be. This is a bad thing. But I do think, on John, to follow up on John's point, there is something to be said about where that now that it has happened, now that we are at war, it does almost recalibrate our sense of instincts, I guess you would say. Like, for me, I would be more inclined to believe things Iran says, obviously more than your average boomer beforehand. But now that we are officially at war, it has sort of hit the reset button. Like, Iran has every reason to lie about something like that.
Yes.
And conversely, apparently it's reported we have 200 American casualties, but of course we're denying that. Iran is supporting that. I think we actually have good reason to say, yes, they did hit 200 of our guys. We have to hit them back harder. So now where our sensibilities were before, we do have to almost reassess them at this point.
No, completely agreed. And one of the chatters makes a great point here. They say, did they actually kill the supreme leader? I can't trust X anymore. And that's a good point on not knowing how to trust.
Yes. I believe they're saying yes now, right? So that he is dead.
So again, Iran's contesting it, but the Ayatollah, we are reporting that all reports are showing that we have definitely, I think they confirmed his son-in-law and daughter-in-law were killed. So they were getting close to the location of where he was at. But it's again, this is going to be contested. We probably won't have it for sure. It's going to be a really
sad funeral at sea where no one can check if he's really dead or not. That's going to be tragic, man. A lot of people are going to cry about that one.
Right. Well, and that's the thing too, is like, let it not be missed that it's obviously like, it's super unfortunate. And, when you see like the things like the Bahrain, US base get struck, it's just like, you're hearing American accents. I think somebody made a great post about this. Typically when you're on X and you see the big explosions in the rockets, you hear them like, Allahu Akbar. You're hearing like, things you can't even understand. But it's a different feeling when you're watching it from an American going, oh, fuck, oh, shit. Like that, you understand those words. Like you get that kind of language. And so, my heart does go out. Hopefully there were no casualties, and I'm really hoping that they did miss. I did want to swing it over here, actually make sure that this watch cam works here. And it does. And what I do have here is from Rerum Navarum. And this is kind of the opening operation here. So the opening operation is Epic Fury. So you can see here, February 28th, at the direction of the President of the United States, U.S. and partner forces began striking targets at 1:15 in the morning Eastern Time to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that posed an imminent threat. Targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. And that's kind of what we have been seeing lately, actually, is that it's very specific to the drone warfare. And that's seemingly where it's at right now. And so one point that was made by Andrew Tate, maybe we'll watch it here in a second, is he says that everyone's going too deep into it, that it's not a war yet. At least all signs are pointing to this could just very well as be as surgical as the first one was. I think the presence overseas is a bit more than what we had the first time, but I'm kind of curious, you know, if any of you agree with that take. This is not a war.
Go ahead, Josh.
It's a war. I mean, this is what they said. Like, this is what they said in Iraq. It was okay, in and out, real quick, and the quick grocery run, and then we're done. And we've been there for 30 years. We're at war with Iran, guys. Okay.
It's a linguistic game played by the executive branch to get around the legislative branch.
Yeah, right. And there is an element of this too, right? You have to. Because if it was a war and it was declared unauthorized, then, well, who's going to be held accountable for that? Add that to the tally of things Trump could be impeached for, right? I guess, if you will. But maybe we should watch this video. I mean, we'll get a bit of Andrew Tate's perspective here. I think he offers a bit more of a Jewish perspective, if you will. So we're going to take a listen. Here's the video.
And I'm going to post it now on Twitter, and this video may make me look stupid in a week from now. In a week from now, we could see a full-blown Middle Eastern war, and everybody can retweet this and mock me. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think this is all theatrics. I think this is bullshit. I don't think this is a real war. I think that we have some shrapnel from interceptors which has fallen inside of Dubai and caused fires, yes. But Dubai is not being bombed. Tel Aviv is not being bombed. Tehran is not being bombed. This is all global repositioning for a new future in the Middle East. Everyone who has decided not to move to Dubai is now laughing at the people who decided to move to Dubai for stability and safety. They're saying, look, Dubai's getting bombed. Look, you should have stayed here where you have to face the constant and persistent threat of crime and that you might get robbed for your watch or stabbed to death and you have to give half your money to a hostile government. You moved to Dubai and you're getting blown up. Nobody's getting blown up. Interceptors from the UAE are taking down Iranian drones and missiles, and yes, there has been some shrapnel which has fallen and caused some fires, but this is not a bombing. Anybody who remembers the Iraq war remembers the videos of Baghdad when a real war begins. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened in Dubai, hasn't happened in Tehran, and it certainly hasn't happened in Tel Aviv. A real war would see Tehran currently in an entire ball of fire. What do you see coming out of Tehran? A plume of smoke on the outskirts and a bunch of people pointing at it. You call that a fucking war? That's not a war.
So that's the basis of his argument, is that all the visuals are pointing to it's not basically reached this totality of like what you would expect to see in a world war. And I actually am inclined a bit to agree, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's not a war. But I did want to highlight this, as I think Andrew Tate is someone who has recently become very suspect in his positioning, given the Holocaust apology tour he was recently put on and some of the changing of positions. But again, more fog of war.
Well, I mean, there's a substantial group of people that believes Tate is Israeli. I don't know how much that's ever been researched.
Netanyahu's son?
Seriously.
It looks pretty close.
Result of Netanyahu's 1980 vacation to Ghana.
Looks like we just lost Josh, I'm assuming.
He did vanish, didn't he?
We getting him back?
Hello?
There we go.
Oh. Were you just bombed with the Iranian?
Yeah. My beeper went off.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I changed Windows and it totally muted me.
Oh, there he is.
I'm not sure what happened, but I've been saved. The war's over. I'm back. Don't worry, guys.
Tate is. I don't know how you guys feel about Tate. He's in my opinion, right? I don't know, but in my opinion, he works for somebody. He is an influencer in the truest sense of the word, a manufactured one. But back to this whole, is it a war? Is it not a war thing? It's just that's like Bill Clinton. What is the definition of is? It depends on what the definition of is, I think is what he said.
True.
It's a constraint. So you have these players, you have nations as players, you have people as players. So you take Trump, for example, he's a person representing a nation. He is trying, I think, like Josh said, to do what Israel wants, in what, by which I mean attack, but he's doing it in a way that legally it's not a war, quote unquote.
Right. By the legal definition.
Like Desert Storm or the invasion of Iraq, taking down Saddam Hussein and stuff like that. Yeah, it's clearly, I think what Tate is saying is quite a bit different than that. But all this talk is, I believe, sort of designed to keep you from thinking critically about, like, why the fuck are we doing this?
Well, I think there's an element of this that I do think the false flagging, but I think a lot of it is also sentiment as well too. So let me throw this in there as well, because here's kind of where my brain's going. What's the second thing they've just released? Maybe you guys haven't seen this, but just in the last hour, 2 hours, they've been pushing a new kind of threat here in the States, and that is potential terrorist cells. So they've been flooding this out now in the last couple hour, 2 hours of all these alerts for. Yeah, Hezbollah's coming, jihad's coming. How much credence do you give to these kind of things being real?
Fucking zero, man.
Right there too.
I definitely don't think they're real, but with the amount of third worlders we have in the country now, it's not the craziest thing ever. I don't think there'll be like actual terrorist attacks, but definitely like pro-Iran protests that get out of hand for sure.
Yeah.
Some FedEx driver comes out with a box cutter and slashes one person, and he's Iranian, and his IQ is 40. I'd be like, yeah, that one was legit. Some building blows up, I am immediately checking for Israeli fingerprints. I literally expect that to happen, and for it to be told to us that it was Iranians, and I look at the pictures of them, and they got curly hair.
Yep.
That kind of thing. Like, I think we're all just waiting for that to happen. If a plane flew into a building now in 2026, who do you think? Like, I don't care if there's 500 Indians sitting on the wings, like it's a fucking plane.
Right.
And then there's some Africans on it and some white people. Doesn't matter. Who are you going to suspect? I mean, you know,
It'll be the guy speaking Hebrew.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't care what the terrorists look like. If it is an operation at scale, a professional operation, I think I know who did it. It hasn't even happened yet.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if that is on the table.
100% is on the table. It's got to be.
Terrorist attacks?
Yeah, it has to be being planned because the public sentiment is so negative. Right. Like, again, how old were you guys at 9/11, 2001? Like,
I was 3.
You were a glint in the eye of your father.
Yeah, 6. I remember it. I do remember it, actually. It might be the first thing I actually remember of life.
I think a problem we have for us older people is we don't admit when we've been had. We were had. We were all fucking pumped up. Like I said, a bunch of my friends got out of there and went immediately into the war. I didn't. I thought about it. I thought, like, oh, great. What a great cause, right?
Yeah.
And then that cycle is just repeated over and over since then. It's been 25 years. So it's just, I'm a little annoyed when I get attacked for being suspicious. It's just, Trump ought to be publicly saying, I acknowledge your suspicion because I was there in 2001 too. Yeah, right. I understand how bullshit this looks.
And how funny is it that everyone's reposting his post from like 2018, 2019 of, you know, you must be a shit negotiator if you're going to war with Iran, right? And it's like, wow, where's all this coming from? But the public sentiment thing is a great point.
That whole, like, Iran wants us all to die and death to America. That ship sailed 20 years ago. It didn't fucking happen. Didn't happen.
Yeah. And
now we're just flying over them with our, relatively speaking, aliens, futuristic technology. I believe we already have air superiority.
I think they said expect it in 48 hours. That they'll dominate the skies. Yeah, and I think it's the public sentiment one's the big one, because what was Tucker pushing just like a day or two ago, that the decoupling from Israel is all but guaranteed at this point. It's just a matter of when will they decouple from America because of how bad the public sentiment is. This has kind of been the idea pushed by just like the general crowd, right? And you've also gotten stories that speak to that. I think I brought this up multiple times last month. Their $120 billion investment into their own independent arms, industry. They want to have their own military industrial complex. I do think there are signs on the wall that point to the fact that they themselves are strategizing. What will we do in 8 years, 10 years, 12 if we begin to lose support? And I do think, what if the answer to that is, well, what if we do something so hardcore we flip the switch over back into the other direction? What if we activate multiple terror cells in the United States during this ongoing moment, and now anything ever gets close to anti-Semitism is brushed out of society because never again, never forget, right? And we kind of get some of this more rhetoric here, and I kind of see that as being the option. Although at this point, I think given the mass noticing, the critical, everyone is like, a bomb blows up, they're like, wow, did that come from Israel? To me, I think there's only a certain period or a certain amount that you can pull back. I think once the cat's out of the bag, I think it stays forever out of the bag.
So here's my question to both of you guys, though, is a terrorist attack happening, is that even necessary at this point? I know you said yes earlier because of public sentiment and whatnot, but we are already at war. By all accounts, like Americans, your average American just doesn't pay attention, Like this is something that'll be happening in the background. But the truth is, if they can keep us kind of fat and happy over here while they execute their war over there, it's already ongoing. Will it even be a problem or a necessity?
I do agree that this action happening sort of implies that Israel is becoming quite confident that they have sufficient control at a certain, I see what they're doing since the 60s to be, it's when you're weak, you have to be subversive and passive and patient. And they do that until they don't have to be anymore. I mean, AI might be a part of this, all these systems of control. They were reliant on any nefarious world dominating sort of organization is going to be reliant on subordinate people, foot soldiers, managers, all of that stuff. We're entering a stage where a lot of those people can be replaced by AI. So now it was like you needed, say, the Bolsheviks taking over Russia required X amount of people. I don't know what that number is, but that X is much smaller now than it used to be.
Yeah. And on that point, go ahead. My bad. I want to interrupt you.
Well, to Josh's point of, I think it's important to think in general ideas of distractions, the bread and circuses. It's everything we're served up as a distraction from caring about this. It is by design meant to make you not care about important things by making you care about things that are important. It's just simple misdirection. Every television show, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms is coming out. They blow it up. They just want eyeballs on that. Candace Owens or Erica Kirk, which there very well may be something very real and important going on there. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Eyeballs anywhere other than on this is a win. And their ability to create just increasingly diverse and engaging and addicting distractions in the general sense of the word. Gambling, the gambling's on the rise, all of it. It's I agree. At a certain point there will be enough control. You're building a fence to keep your herd of cattle in. When you're still working on the fence, you're nicer to the cows. When the fence is done, you can just start punting them in the face.
Right, because where else are they going to go? It's already been decided.
I'm kind of like, are they punting us in the face because the fence is done, or they're just sloppy and we have an opening? I don't know.
I do think there's something to be said. Sorry to cut you off, but I do think there's something to be said about. You actually brought it up on your show last night, Atlas. How in a Tucker clip, he was talking about how Israel's kind of hedging their bets and they're almost shifting towards India now. I think back in 2001, Israel had 9 fingers and 10 toes on the United States because back in back in those days,
Are you saying
America was
thumbs
the
up
big,
their ass?
yeah. America
Like 9
is
fingers.
and was the biggest dog on the block by far, but now the balance of power is shifting, and they are kind of hedging. They're not abandoning us. I mean, if they were abandoning us, they wouldn't bother with what is it? Paramount, Skydance acquiring Warner Bros.
Right.
Yet they still are. It's just, I think they're less worried about public sentiment now than they ever were, because they just control it,
Well, that's the point I was going to make about the AI. That I think that John makes a great point there. And I kind of also thought about the Georgia Guidestones as well too, right? Like this limited population idea. Because one of the things that was brought up by somebody that I thought was a great point, which was the effect that the AI will have on the economy, and very specifically, like if AI begins replacing the workforce at insane rates, well, that's a lot of people who no longer can make money doing the jobs they used to, and thereafter won't be able to get a job at all because they won't have any skill that's already not being done by AI. But at the same time, if you're taking out a lot of people out of the workforce, you're also taking people out of the consumer base who are actually able to buy the products at the same time. So then how are these corporations going to maintain these profit margins if they're eliminating the people's ability to have income to buy the things they're trying to sell that are degenerate anyways? So it's kind of the circular idea, but it begins to make sense if you start thinking about it in terms of what if AI replaces people not just at their job, but period. What if AI just starts replacing people, period? And then you attach this to this core kind of general idea of like we're overpopulated, et cetera. And then you don't need to care about public sentiment because now there's only 5 million people, or maybe 2 million people, or maybe whatever the population of Jews in the world is, and you kind of connect these. Not to say it's that far out there, but just this idea that AI in the surveillance state, you don't need as many of these older stereotypical ideas like the blackmail operation, like Epstein. You don't need it if every computer is flashing 1,000 frames per second every moment. It will catch bad things on there.
I think that's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. One of the other things that's been notable about the war that's been taking place is the fact that other nations have been joining in. But I think it was in the immediate that Iran struck all the petro nations, I think besides Oman, immediately in response. I think it was Bahrain, it was Kuwait, it was Saudi, it was the UAE, it was all of them. And so I'm curious, how much do you expect gas to shoot up by tomorrow morning?
I was told I heard the comment from an intelligent person whose intelligence I respect, that how convenient that this war started right after the stock market closed on Friday. Yeah, that was not an accident, the timing of this kicking off. Not at all.
Right.
No.
I guess I want to point out, I imagine anybody watching this show kind of understands this. At least what we've been told, which seems to be true, is you have to understand Iran as sort of behind them standing. If Iran is a little midget person, standing behind them is two big scary people, and that is China and Russia.
Right.
And it's sort of Israel is a little dwarf as well, and standing behind it is the United States and maybe Europe or something like that. This is all, in my opinion, not really having a whole lot to do with Iran as a country or Islam as a religion, and it's just like a regional power struggle. Right.
Well, this is kind of what it's specifically been for Israel, right? It's the territory. And, in their handbook in 2008, they wanted to do the opposite. They said for the propagandists, for those who want to push the Hezbollah, you need to be saying terror, not territory. That was one of the slogans. And so it was always if you're propagandizing for Israel, don't let it be about the territory dispute. Make it about terror. Make it about how Jews are hated by Muslims. Make this your point of your argument here. And I agree with you. This has definitely always been a regional struggle. This has been for Israel to control and have hegemony over the region. I think the answer is obvious for why the United States supports it, on top of just being blackmailed into it. But we have the largest Jewish population of any country outside of Israel. Second to us is, I believe, France, which throw that in the loop for Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron and everything else too. But it's, to me, I think I would actually argue, I don't think the two power players behind him matter much either. And the reason why I would say that is because the nature of the alliance Iran has with both Russia and China is largely only economical, much less so strategical or defense partnership or defense alliance.
I don't know, man. Iran sent all those drones and weapons and stuff to Russia during their invasion of Ukraine.
Exactly. But
And
how
I-
much is going back though? Because they had to purchase, or they just purchased, I believe it was hypersonic missiles from China. And you would think if you were an ally, they would just be getting sent to you. So it's a bit more of this kind of, it's an economic, and I believe all the statements from the previous skirmishes were like that too. Like Russia saying, evacuate, but we're not going to be sending troops down.
And also from the perspective of Russia and China, their dynamic with Iran is much different than our dynamic with Israel. They basically, I think they're playing it, or their assessment is, Iran is our ally on paper and we have to appear to defend them, but they can do business with whoever comes out on top regardless. I think they might show this half-assed support of Iran. It could be full-assed, who knows? But but just in case, I think China and Russia kind of win either way.
How's that?
That they'll do business, that they can do business with the winner. I mean, as we know, like they know well as we do that Israel is not ideologically opposed to China or Russia. They will do, if Israel becomes the hegemon in the region, which is what they want, they will do business with them.
Well, the thing is, it's strategically helpful to Russia because this now strains the ability for the United States to give resources to Ukraine. So Russia's kind of like stuck in an odd spot here, which is if they go help, that actually lessens the strain on the U.S. to continue supplying the Patriot missile systems to Ukraine. But if they stay out of it and let Iran just have to, tussle with it, that means they have an easier shot at going further and deeper at Ukraine with less of an idea or less of a threat of the United States responding in kind. For China, I think that picture is a bit more, a bit foggier there. But again, China is not, not really actively in a large scale skirmish. So you would expect they would be one of the first ones to come in and perhaps help out. But with the early signs of pointing to they're still buying missiles from China, I guess time will tell.
I just got to believe China wouldn't be thrilled with a strong Western military presence right on its border, which would kind of imagine what would happen if we win or Israel wins.
That is true. I guess I'm trying to think of the nature of the relationship between China and India and China and Pakistan.
I think India is kind of like an alternate play to AI because they're just so cheap and so many people. It's like it's still cheaper. It's just like the last gasp of like, hey, let's try a model where we still use human slaves because these ones are free.
Yeah. And they're not children.
I don't know. I mean, I could see like China being perfectly fine with a nuclear wasteland being Iran, just this buffer zone. But I'd be surprised if they let it go down so easily.
I would agree with that.
I also kind of think China has been building up this military force. They have a surplus of males and all this, and they're, pulling out their 3-inch penis and waving it at Taiwan. But I think they want to see what they can do, but they're not quite sure. And so,
but
I think there's an assessment going on right now.
The concept of face is very big in Asian countries. Like in losing a battle or a war, you lose all this face. Like if China got directly involved and tried to flex and we just shit on them, like Xi Jinping would lose power. And so I think China is kind of waiting for what it feels like is the right time to get involved. But I think it's coming, and I think they want to know what they're capable of.
I guess. But if I'm thinking about that and I'm China, what's more valuable to me? Should I let the Iranian skirmish go on, sacrifice them to the United States, because we would know for sure that we can take Taiwan right now, and the United States does not have the ability to spread itself that thin to come and do anything with us over Taiwan?
I think that'd be short-sighted. But sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Or I'm guessing like is that the assessment being made, right? Is it more beneficial to go and defend Iran to maintain a healthy distance of your borders with allies and partners, or is it more beneficial to go get Taiwan, which is closer to you and would bring in more of your people, more of your resources, and specifically the chips, which is obviously heavily sought after?
Well, and also it should be noted, I believe it's been a long time since I looked this up, but there was a professor in China who taught a course on how Israel controls our government. Like, this is almost common knowledge over there. You know, they they can freely, you know.
So
Sorry?
he had less than 100 subscribers 3 days ago. He has over 100,000 now, because it's like he's almost predicted verbatim every single thing that's going to happen. And he's got stuff for after this too. So you can kind of pick up and see what the future is going to look like.
The professor, that's what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay. So which is exactly the point, is I think we're all kind of right in our own way, where it's like, I think they are assessing the situation. And it's one of those things where they don't see Israel becoming the hegemon in this region as America becoming more powerful in the region, because Israel is kind of off the leash. You know, they kind of are doing their own thing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going, but that's a
no, that was basically the point.
That's a good thought.
We do have a super chat in here. Came in from Mr. Moss E. He says, hell yeah, 3 cool guys hanging out, giving us dudes the fresh info. Nice. If you find the third cool guy, let me know. I only see one other one besides me. And we got to guess who that is.
Speaking of uncool guys, where's Zeb at? Is Zeb popping in the stream or what? Is he waxing his mustache?
No, he has so his wife runs the home, and so he's taking care of the kids right now. So we're waiting for whenever he's going to be allowed to come down to get to talk with the. Hopefully he
has to put lotion on his whip scars, you know.
Yeah, right. He wears shirts with no backs. But we did get one from Roy Epic. He says, well, didn't I tell you boys, wasn't my Mossad intel useful for your ratings? I wish I wasn't, right? And this kind of is a bit of the pre-tell here of the situation, which is everyone's just waiting for it. We were all just waiting for it, you know, and I don't think anybody really believed this kind of idea of, we're holding it down. And I think, John, I think you think there's a bit more of this kind of back and forth and resistance. Because Israeli Channel 11 posted this earlier today, or per them, I guess I should say, reported it. They said the U.S.-Iran talks were all BS and they were meant to be a distraction. But I don't particularly trust people from Israel either. So I'm kind of curious, because we're used to them doing this, right? We're used to them. We finally get goaded into doing something, and the moment we do, they flip around and they want to take credit for it. They want to say that the United States was really fighting us hard, and then we finally got it done because we did it. And no joke, this is what they're doing about Kamani. If you go and you look at the Israeli reporting about Kamani, it's like the United States didn't bomb Kamani, we did. We killed Kamani. And it's like, bro, you wouldn't even be doing this at all if the United States was not here holding your hand the whole way through it. And it's such a consistent thing, the way they will kind of, the chutzpah, if you will. And I think the average American's tired of it, man. And I kind of think this does foretell that J.D. Vance, and this is kind of me just looking forward ahead a little bit. There's no way J.D. Vance, I wouldn't even run without J.D. Vance at this point. I think that's a shit box to try to run on this platform. Hey, I came from the Trump administration. Remember when I agreed with everything Trump did and I didn't stop anything? You want to vote for me? You want 4 more years of that? Because I think it would be better for Vance to sit the next 4 years and not waste his time and money on campaigning. You got a different thought, John?
Go ahead, John.
JD Vance is Peter Thiel, as far as I'm concerned. And he is the vice president, which is a very valuable asset. I see JD Vance as the front man for an organization that is opposed to an organization whose front man is Ron DeSantis. And go ahead.
No. Sorry. You I think you're probably just going to say what I was about to.
No. Well, I think there's quite a lot of people that are powerful that also don't want Ron DeSantis. And JD Vance, yes, says things publicly. It's all meaningless. He's for sale, so to speak. And if I were Jewish, I would be publicly saying JD Vance has no chance and he should quit. So, there's so much time to go before then. There's a million different things that will happen. Team Vance, Peter Thiel is probably in a think tank right now about what to do about all this.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
All I'm really saying is I think it's too early to call.
Well, I guess the way I look at it
You might be
is
right,
we only
though.
have a year until the campaign start.
It's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate.
And I get there's a long time in between there, but I don't think a year is enough. Because here's the thing. What if in 2 months from now the Iran war is still going on? Now your window of forgetting what just happened is like it becomes lesser and lesser.
Well,
And,
let me ask you, just to play devil's advocate, did anyone predict COVID? I'd say none of us could have.
No.
There's just, I think the stakes have changed. And I personally try to be careful about believing I know what all the possibilities are. COVID was a wake-up call. I
Do you
think
think a Generation X type event is in the cards?
Well, we're dealing with a group of people that I think have made it very clear that they will do anything to win. Anything. And how horrible that anything becomes is just a matter of how tightly they're being squeezed. But the more they're being squeezed, the more horrible that anything becomes. And I think they will not quit until they're killed. So
their back is against the wall.
Don't read too much into that.
I wouldn't be surprised if a nuclear bomb goes off somewhere in a major U.S. city. And I wouldn't be surprised if the media finds a group of 6 Iranians that are quote unquote responsible for it.
Benjamin Netanyahu, if you're listening, I have suggestions.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a nuclear bomb in a major U.S. city right fucking now. I really wouldn't be surprised.
You got to be like, as the goodest goy, please, I will negotiate with you, Netanyahu. We understand Trump is in no position to negotiate. Please let me speak for the people.
Watch them do something like, oops, they were aiming for New York, but they hit Arvol's project in Arkansas, whatever it is.
But I can see something like
Two birds,
that.
one stone.
I think it concerns me. I think you guys probably understand that, but I think we're so domesticated, I guess, that people don't forget what a wild animal will do when it's in a fucking trap. You ever seen a fucking wolf or a coyote with its paw in a trap and how it acts?
Yeah,
that's what Israel does, in my opinion.
I guess I also look at it from the sense of we know they play the long game, and I also think there's no way.
Right, yeah, well, they understand that you can only lose if you quit, and so they're just we're just not going to stop ever.
Right, which makes me think at the same time they probably have thought ahead, what happens if this fails at this point? What if we lose support by this point and we haven't gotten this far? I think that they've probably already made some of these kind of calculations, but again, at the same time, these people possess an insane amount of chutzpah, so maybe they get overly confident or cocky at certain points as well too. And they overplay their hand, and perhaps that's what we're seeing right now. Maybe that's why it doesn't make sense.
I think that's exactly what's happened right now. I think they felt like they had captured all avenues of influence. They thought that we can control the narrative.
Yeah, and relied on the social institutions reinforcing the wokeness, which was kind of fading out as they were trying to get closer to the bombing Iran.
The more you start to believe your own bullshit, the more you fart and then turn around and take a deep whiff and love the smell, the more you lose sight of that there are other people that are actually quite smart too, who might notice what you're doing. I think they won so much after World War II. And then that generation, I don't think that generation would have let this happen. But now it went from these people that pulled off this incredible worldwide psychological operation to literally change the narrative of human history to their children and grandchildren who are winning, but have kind of forgotten why. And so, I think they were genuinely surprised at the massive explosion of, channels like this or people like this, just people who have the courage to even just say the word Jew. You're conditioned.
Right.
I realized over the past 10 years, saying Jew 10 years ago felt like I was saying a slur.
Dude, I'd say the hard R before I dropped Jew.
How strongly you're conditioned. But that's exactly what they want. They want you to feel like you're not allowed to talk about it. And you have to acknowledge to yourself that you you got tricked and you got conditioned. And so they also understand people have egos, and it's really fucking hard to admit that something like that happened to you. It's almost like being raped. It's like that's kind of what you're admitting.
That's being mind raped for sure.
They literally fucked us. Yeah, go ahead.
But that's why I don't get blank pilled. It's because I'm old enough to remember what it was like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago when it was like, you say Jew, it's like say goodbye to ever doing anything again. Like
True.
you would get choked out. And so I guess when I see a lot of people who are still kind of possessing this beautiful loser mentality of like, oh, woe is me, what are we going to do? It's all orchestrated. It's like, how can you not look back at the last couple of years and see the progress you've made just in a few years? And then at the same time too, this may be a bit stronger point to those who think that we can't infiltrate, but previously, before MAGA, it was unthinkable then that the GOP would change structurally, or that the GOP could move anywhere beyond this kind of extreme neocon-like establishment. And then it did. And what it took was Donald Trump coming in and coming down the escalator and saying, actually, I don't need your money, and Hillary Clinton's a dumb whore, whatever he said. Next thing you know, people are cheering, they're clapping, they're like, that's my guy. Despite the entire establishment from Ben Shapiro to Matt Walsh and everyone else saying there's no way he can. He's not presidential enough, which is the exact same critique you're hearing given to people like James Fishback and Casey Putsch. It's the same system, the same people trying to defend itself, which is why I push so hard of like, this is kind of the example of like, you see MAGA or you see somebody ride a skateboard for the first time, they hit their knee and they fall off like it's not for me. You didn't even try to get up again. You didn't even attempt.
Started, you pussy.
Exactly. Like at least try it one more time. Now you know what you did wrong. Try it with that experience now. Now do it with the experience in your head. This is what we did wrong. Move forward, adapt, and continue. But some people want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, oh, we tried it once, we can't do it again. That to me is just insanely retarded.
So there's something on that point, and it actually kind of, to what both of you are saying, comes together so perfectly, because the Jewish people at the end of the day, they're still human. They still, like they suffer from all the same problems that we do.
Breaking news? Say that again, Josh.
You heard it first. But I want to say this because we talk a lot about our problems with the boomers. The truth is that is also a problem happening with them. So I think there is this component to, like, for example, Benjamin Netanyahu. By all accounts, I don't want to put words in any of you guys' mouth, but I think we're on agreement here that he did 9/11. And
right.
So why would the guy who got away with that not think he could get away with this?
Good point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's this hubris thing where, and also because he's coming up to the end of his life. What is he, in his 70s? You know what I mean? He's probably thinking he's got to get it all done now. He had this vision and he wants to see it brought to fruition, but he's not really passing the torch.
That is an excellent point, Josh. People forget, just pointing out that they're human, although I might say with a slight amount of reptile
with an asterisk
and like that, but
he's 76.
I think Jews in their 40s and 50s are all about this idea of like this, the Jewish people are a monolith and we work selflessly to advance that culture. And then they get into their 60s and 70s. This is just something you can't avoid as a human being. I think about it now. It's weird to me. Most people don't think about it until they're 60 or 70, but you're going to fucking die. That sentence starts to fucking really grind at you. I don't know how much you talk to old people. I love talking to them because they have a really good insight. It's just like something changes in you when you get out of high school and it's like, now I'm finally alive. Yeah. Something changes in you when you hit retirement where it's like, I'm fucking dying soon. And and all that working for the tribe sort of mentality starts to go, I know we have this plan where we take over the world in 200 years, but like, what's the big deal about starting a little early? Because I kind of want to see it.
Exactly.
I think that has actually happened.
We have a couple of not super chats, I should say, but a few chats that are all very similar. And I think this is a good subject that we don't talk about too often, because I think between me, Zeb, and Josh, I think we all came off the Trump train. We all left, departed. I'm down the road. I'm waiting for Xi Jinping to pick me up. Like, someone take me.
On this train. It's lonely on this train these days.
So I'm curious. I'll just read you this chat because I want to know what your kind of maybe broader defense of this or your argument for this would be. This is from Josh K. Says, this Trump cope is getting really annoying. He's not our guy. How can you still think he is? And I'll let you answer.
He's not our guy. He's not our guy.
You Atlas, I think, or maybe it was Josh. One of you made a good point of Trump's contribution into the awakening, into the making conscious of the American people is something I will always appreciate him for in 2016. No. If he hadn't have done that, we wouldn't have even had a chance. And so, like, okay, so 10 years later, he's in politics. He gets captured by the Jews. Maybe that did happen. You have to accept as you get older that there are no heroes. There might be villains, but there's no heroes. And I might say there's not villains either. There's just hairy animals with opposable thumbs, the most selfish of which will rise to the top, and they'll create this top layer of selfishness. And then amongst those, the smartest ones will rise. And then amongst those, the most violent ones will rise. It's just, that is a result of the average person not being involved in their own society. Because if we cared, if we had lynchings, if we had tar and featherings, if there was a social consequence to being that way, then that's not what we have. And so you realize on a large scale, economically and anthropologically, you have to incentivize the kind of leader you want. And so I would say right now, if somebody said, one of you younger guys, hey, tell me the truth, how you feeling about Trump right now? I'll give you the truth, man. I don't like this. I'm really fucking bothered by it. Yeah. I do try to imagine myself in that position and imagine that for some reason, maybe it's Epstein blackmail, my son fucked an underage kid. I mean, the amount of things you might find out that are fucked up. I like to think that I would, in a Christ-like way, sacrifice myself and anyone around me for the sake of the truth. But it just gets a little weirder for people when they're 60, 70, 80 years old. And that concept of dying that you thought you were brave about, you realize is like kind of scary.
Have you picked it up with the amount of times he said he doesn't think he's going to make it to heaven?
Yeah, exactly that. It's on his mind. And so I think Trump in 2016 was someone who was don't give a fuck. Like he was Trump he didn't think about his family, but now he's realizing how fucked up this all is. I think he realized it's going to continue to be fucked up when he's dead. And so I don't know that I'm saying this is the right thing he should be doing, but I see him trying to balance throwing a few breadcrumbs to us worms while at the same time ensuring that his family will have a future. And in some ways, as a man, I don't know that I can fully blame him for that. But somebody sooner or later is either going to have to be Hitler or Jesus. Someone's going to have to kill everybody,
one or the other,
themselves to absolve us of our sins so that we can reset.
Yeah. And I would say, I think that assertion, I would say I find reasonable. And the one thing too is like, I completely agree with you. And I think for the person I enjoy the most, for Nick, he probably feels the same way about Trump in the early era as well. It can't be understated the impact that it had on the culture. And I would say maybe I'm more so not even a fan of Trump and who he is, but I'm more so of Trump like the avatar, what he became online, like what he became and what he meant for people in terms of like Jefferson.
Like Trump, until Trump ran, everything was going great for the system. Like it's not like he was a part of the system as a continuation of its manipulation of us. He disrupted that. And I just can't see how that could have been part of the plan. I think that was genuine.
Well, I think there's a clear change in the first administration to the next one. However, what I would say though is that would only really be about him. If you compared the administrations in terms of the staff and the people on them and what they were doing in the first one versus the second one, just very similar things show themselves there. But it's the culture thing, because we talked about it earlier, right? The change of like, you can say Jew now, you can say gay and retarded now, right? You can enter in all these things. That to me is extremely meaningful because it helps reflect and it helps open up the ability for communication between the American peoples to express themselves much more truly. And I think in a culture that allows for these kind of right-wing ideals to foment is a positive direction compared to where we were at previously. And that's why I kind of just like, for me, when I see somebody like Fishback and the pushing these elements, I think it implores us to support them. But I do think they're probably, to me, if you were asking, I think there was probably some element where they did, maybe he was fearful of going to prison, fearful of the instant kind of death sentence that is for people over the age of 70. You know, they're not going to treat you well. You know, like they're going to do, they're going to do weird things to you. They might put you with the biggest person they can find as your cellmate. So I do think there's probably, some threats there is involved as well.
Yeah, I mean, prison is a whole lot scarier when all your life you've been on a fucking yacht. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, not so scary when you've been in a fucking trailer. You're like, oh, upgrade.
Do you,
Rich people really, really get bothered by that. Go ahead.
yeah, but to your point, though, this is why I think like language is such an important thing, because we talk about the plan and how Trump was a disruption to the plan. This is something I think is very important to drill into people's minds about how this stuff works, how this balance of power works. Is it's not so much a plan as it is a goal. The goal is the Greater Israel Project. How do we get there? And they, of course, they devise plans,
Which is,
but that's kind of an ebb and flow. You know what I mean? Like I think we're all right here. Donald Trump was a genuine disruptor. I don't think he was totally, like AstroTurf from the very beginning.
Right.
But he got in, he underestimated it, and he got bought. And by bought, that doesn't even necessarily mean bought, but he got assimilated.
Yeah.
The hive mind absorbed him.
Blackmailed or leveraged is the word, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that you're absolutely right, is the cultural change that he is directly responsible for is an unintended byproduct that they are now trying to gloss over.
That's why you see the rise of Benny Johnson and Brendan Dilley and 100%, man. It's funny that I was just fortunate or maybe unfortunate enough to have been there when the whole meme team thing is Brendan Dilley didn't exist. All these people, Benny Johnson wasn't there. Fuck these people. Yep. And it's the Trump created this movement. The people who believed in it are now like not part of the movement anymore. They were, and I know this intimately. I'm one of them. You're sort of pushed to the side because you were stupid enough to believe that we had a higher purpose. Silly us.
Well, when you look at like the early supporters of Trump, it's a lot of the big figureheads in the dissident right now. It was all the people who aren't allowed to be in the movement anymore, who are all excised and kind of pushed out. People like Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, all these individuals, no longer being allowed in.
You say Casey Putsch. I mean, that's like a good example. He would have fit in great in 2016 with us.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And now he's on the outside because, and this is kind of, shows you that bit of this convulsion of the unit there, because Casey puts maybe the most basic, disagreement with Donald Trump on a post promoting himself, the car guy for pushing for the Ohio election. And next thing you know, they all come out of the woodwork. All the pro-Trump guys like Captive Dreamer, Patrick Casey, John Doyle, all in defense. This is the most unserious campaign I've ever seen. And what's the most insane part about it is their criticism of Casey is, well, that's not presidential enough. I guess you're not taking your campaign serious enough. Was that not what the DeSantis camp was saying the entire time when Trump was running? It didn't work.
Well, I will say this: Putsch has to understand that the country is not populated by people like us. That you gotta fucking be a bit of a normie sometimes, and he's showing his power level a little too much, in my opinion. I mean,
there is an element of that.
I wish it wasn't that way, but there is some of that. Hey, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Are you good?
They're
Zeb Boykin
hitting
says,
Casey. You forgot to switch accounts.
That's funny. Who is this Bernie? We got to guess. What's Zeb's burner? Which one of these accounts in here is Zeb's burner? Zeb's
it used to be Josh I, but we caught on to him.
That's why he's not around anymore.
Yeah. Is it Markets and Moto?
Right, that's funny. We did get another super chat. I will, Zeb, if you're ready, I think you should have the link. You can join in anytime. I can bring you in whenever. But GeoGasser says, H or Jesus? The idea that the opposition to Jesus is H was implanted in your mind by J's. No, I don't disagree with that at all. I think, who said that? Was it John? Yeah, John said. We need one or the other, right? Oh, both. We get a bit of both at the same time. But were you saying something, Josh? Go ahead.
Well, the truth is to respond to that is we know which one it's going to be, and it's either going to be not a Jesus, but literally Jesus coming back at the end of the days,
Yeah.
or you are going to get a fascist, like a full blown. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Give me Mussolini. Give
Yes.
me the painter. Give me. You give it to me. Give me Pol Pot. No. But I mean, this is the direction that we're heading. I'll keep my eye out for you, Zeb. Though hopefully he'll be coming in soon.
I'd imagine he'd come in here.
John, you'll love this one, bro. This one just got me good. Can you read that?
John's evolving into a Dragon Ball character because of my fucking hair.
I'm
I've been wearing
assuming
a hat
so.
for like a week straight, man. Sorry.
Oh, and Zeb
funny.
said Zeb coming in with a pop culture reference. He, you know what? I'll count that. Good job, Zeb. You're learning.
I'm going for the Johnny Sins look. Actually, am I a doctor? Am I an astronaut? Am I your teacher? Am I your stepdad?
You're wearing too much clothes.
Is
It
that
is
Zeb's
true.
coming in? Josh, did you say Zeb's around? He finally got free. He'll
No, I said I imagine he'd come in here if he
if he's close
decided
to it. Yeah.
to
He probably
attend.
would-
I
we'll
mean,
see
I'm
him
at
on-
his house. I'm at his studio.
well, if you see him, let me know so I can leave before he gets in here.
I'll let you know.
That's hilarious. Okay. One of the other things I wanted to go to here is the fact that other people are entering into the war. And one of these individuals is the United Kingdom. Keir Starmer issued a statement, and I wanted to go ahead and play that. We do have a clip of the UK entering the war. And also Saudi Arabia, last I checked before we had went live, also entered in on the side against Iran. And I would imagine a lot of the petrol states will be against Iran for the fact that they were getting attacked by Iran shortly after the beginning strike. So here's the clip. I'll go ahead and bring it over here. Take a listen to Keir Starmer and his gay English speaking. Here it is.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region.
So we don't need to hear the rest of this English speaking. That's kind of the gist here. And the part that I wanted you to hear specifically was the element of not allowed to have a nuclear weapon. And this has always kind of been a concept that I think it does need to be explored. I think it does need to be pushed and prodded along. Because again, this is the actual political football of the world. This idea that you can't possess a nuclear weapon if a Western country says so, or they deem you to be too dangerous. But again, the number one deterrent of regime change and being dominated by a Western country is a nuclear weapon. So it's like this back and forth here, where all the countries that do have nukes, well, they're not being threatened with regime change all the time. So I'm kind of curious your guys' thoughts on, should we just give Iran a nuke and say, screw it? leave everybody alone.
By the way, Atlas, I could not hear the audio.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I didn't want to interrupt it, but I was like,
Me neither.
Oh, you should have. You totally should have. You should have interrupted
I
me.
was trying to read his lips.
Oh,
No,
I see what you're
actually,
saying.
you made that
I
very
didn't flip it
positive.
over yet. I didn't flip it over. Can you hear this? at
Because
least?
like that happened with Andrew Tate. Like I couldn't hear him at first.
Once you put it up here, it works. So this will probably work. Is anybody
Okay.
chatting like they didn't hear that, or maybe they heard it? I
No,
don't know.
they heard it.
I
I
think
know
it's
it
just on
worked
our
on this
end.
side. It's
Well,
just
that's
you
cool.
guys didn't hear it.
You don't have to play it again because because you kind of asked a direct question that we didn't really have to listen to answer the question,
That's
which is should they be
hilarious.
given a nuke as a deterrent? I mean,
Well, that's kind of the rhetoric, right? Just the rhetoric from all the people
I
is
don't
like,
know, man. I wouldn't say give every country a nuke. So that right off the bat is like I don't think everybody should have one. Assuming they maintain and are able to keep operating, and even I mean, you give them a nuke, it probably wouldn't work in 10 years.
true. True.
In an ideal world, we would take away Israel's, but that's
Yeah,
not going
right.
to happen.
Exactly. I don't know. All it is like, so a country with a nuke is a guy that can knock you out. I mean, there's something to be said for that. And if there's 10 of those guys versus 100, like it's like when a smart king takes control of a country, one of the things he will often do is split all the noble lands into like as many pieces as possible, because the more nobles you have, the harder it is for them to work together. So
Yeah.
in that sense, like, yeah, and I could see in a simple way if, give them a nuke so that we have to actually use words. It does have that effect. It's like the solution has to be words, because after that comes nukes.
Right.
And people suddenly get a lot smarter. It's kind of like the idiot that's trying to talk shit to you, and then you stand up and you're 10 inches taller than him, and he suddenly becomes a totally different person.
Right.
I mean, it does. At the same time, I don't know. There seems to be some truth, just thinking about it superficially, that the wrong person gets in control, and then you're getting a fucking nuke somewhere. So I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Iran should get a nuke. I mean, that's the American policy anyway, regardless of what
we
the
have
J-
nukes. How about that? How about that question?
Yes, we should have 100% of the global stock. But
If you lived in Iran, would you say Iran should have nukes?
absolutely, but
Well,
I
this
don't.
That's the point I was going to make, which is it's in every person and every nation's self-interest to possess a nuke. So for me,
Everyone's-
it's hard for me to make the judgment that I'm deciding this self-governing peoples can't possess one, because we know what happens when they don't. We're watching as they get bombed.
For a toddler, like you know what I mean? It's like there's time. Like if you're the stronger, smarter, bigger one, then the universe has granted you the ability to hand out grenades or not hand out grenades, then you have a responsibility. Like I get that, I guess.
And
Yeah.
to that point, like, because Atlas, we've kind of joked around about that, and maybe you're serious about like
I'm being serious.
Iran. Okay, Iran having a nuke would balance the power. Now, on that note, I do not think that if Iran had a nuke, Israel would all of a sudden start behaving themselves. I think they would just change tactics.
Right.
They'd be a little bit less out in the open, but ultimately they're still going to strive to get their way.
It would be
Now, on that
how
point-
they took over the United States, Josh. It would be subversive because they don't
Exactly.
want. Yeah. So yeah.
Exactly. But I want to ask you guys this question. So, with now that the war is on, and we've talked about kind of reassessing the situation, who are we rooting for now? Because, like, for example, I'll bring up the Ukraine war with, Ukraine and Russia. It's like we are not for the war going on, but we're also not rooting for Russia, I
Right.
don't think.
Right.
So it sucks. This is the opposite of what we want. But now that it's happening, who are we rooting for?
Go ahead, Atlas.
It's rough for me to say I'm not rooting for Russia, actually. And the reason being, truly, it's not in the sense of the political power, but it's more so in the sense of this kind of white globalist idea, right? Which is when you know what Russia is, as it's like as the body, right? And it has a lot of, you go back like 2 years ago, they were putting out forms that you could, Americans could flee to Russia for how bad things were getting in the West. Granted, I don't think that's a smart move for most people. But when you look at like how the buildup and the makeup of Ukraine and who's benefiting from that, I'm just, for one, in general, like I'm just against the violence and the scale of violence that is happening, which is part of the reason I'm like making the argument for nukes. If we had to choose between all-out World War III and subversive, shady James Bond tactics, I'd rather the James Bond tactics because less women and children die. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of like goes into like the equation I have there. And when I look at these things, it's more so in the element of like my purview is what keeps the most Christianity in the world. And I think in that sense, it'd be better that Russia win than Ukraine.
I understand. I guess
we're talking about Iran.
There's a calculus about like how America first are we? I mean, if America is just no longer what we think of when we think of America, okay, but I don't think we're there yet. Russia is still kind of an enemy, and I'm definitely not. My point is, I'm definitely not rooting for Iran. But maybe a couple decapitation strikes on Israel wouldn't be a bad thing. Like a little bit of they wipe each other out would be nice, but again, that's just not going to happen.
What's kind of the idea of taking our own side, right? I think this kind of falls into like the good guy, bad guy in the situation, brings you back to, are you with the Jews or the Muslims, right? It puts us back in this idea that Christians aren't even at the table. And even worse than that we're kind of party to just whatever they're doing. We're just watching the entire time. We don't have a stake in the table, but we obviously do.
Kind of what I was going to say is I'm on this. I'm rooting for America. I see three teams in this, but it's more like a Venn diagram than it is three separate circles. And so,
right.
Again, I'm still confused. If you were able to sit Trump down and get honest answers out of him, how he would answer, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, how is this helping America? The answer to that online is this same stupid shit we saw in 2001, which is they want to kill all Americans. They hate freedom. They wake up in the morning and look outside and are like, freedom, fuck that. It's just so stupid and obviously not true.
Right.
And this is just another, again, I want to be clear. I'm not on Iran's side. I'm not on Muslim side by a fucking long shot. But we attacked them first again.
Right.
Again.
Right.
I don't empathize with them, but I imagine I'm some retarded person who finds goat asses very sexy. And I'm sitting there munching on rocks and sand. And then someone drops a bomb and it blows up my son / brother / wife. I'm going to be angry.
Right.
So like I get on some level, I get that.
And just in that equation, right? Like we struck them first, but even before that, if we're taking the Israeli news
all the rhetoric post the Iraq war was like, we made the situation worse. What's the lesson we learned here? Doing this makes it worse. Let's not do that again. And then here we are, and it's I have an idea.
And then
let's try this fucking thing.
And JD Vance had a comment that was essentially like, well, we should not hone in on how bad the previous wars were with these areas. Just because we had a failure there doesn't mean this time will be a failure. It's like, dude, this is crazy.
That wasn't real communism. True communism has never been tried.
Yeah, right, exactly. Dr. Tetanus did have a super chat. He says, Jonathan is David Lynch maxing. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it.
That is what I look like, isn't
it? Dude, remember to write down your ideas.
Hold on, I'm going to pull up David Lynch in a second. Ravine, or as I've come to understand, Zeb says Eric. He says the Atoms for Peace from 1953 is a failure. And then another super chat came in from GeoGasser that says, we will regret this war, but looking from the bright side, Tel Aviv will look just like Gaza. Eastern Europe soon will be the last white stronghold.
We'll see. I guess that's my question. I'll rephrase it a little bit. Is, do you guys see any upside to this? I mean, like, should this be happening? No, but is it all bad? I know I'm not doing myself any favors beating the Jew allegations here.
No, but I mean, there's
always potential in chaos. I'll say that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Why so much planning goes into these things is because like you said earlier, is they understand it gets a little, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, I think is the saying. So
first one through the door, first one in the body bag.
Really, really good tacticians will try to think about every possible thing before they ever take action. And then, yes, there's small scale chaos within that plan, but if your plan covers all things, the end result, sort of like feeding things through an AI, nobody really fucking knows what's happening in the middle. It's a war zone, but the right answer comes out at the end if you set up your prompt right. I mean, that's right. I really think warfare now is thought of that way. It's like prompt engineering. They're like, what are the inputs we put in that gives us the right output?
They're making me want to support Iran, and here's why. When I see a post that says they make women wear clothes and they make them obey their husbands, we have to liberate them. I'm telling you, I want to sit there and say, take me to the Ayatollah. I'll take you to be the first plane there. I will help. And I mean that obviously jokingly, but if that's the argument for like why we need to go bomb Iran, it's like I just burn it all down.
I honestly think when arguments like that get made, that's just bullshit. That's just a cover story for the real reason they're really there.
Yeah, well, Atlas, I want to ask you, did you see Fishback's statement that he released right after the war started?
No. Mm-mm. Let's go find it.
I believe it started off where he's like, first off, I condemn Iran. They are abusive to women and are Muslim. And I thought about you. I was like, Atlas isn't going to like this.
Yeah. No, I do have it. Can you guys see that?
You don't have to sell me on it, man. I'm already there.
Let me share this tab here. And can you guys see it?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Wrong tab. 1 second. This one. Okay.
Tentacle porn. What's that tab
say? Yeah, right.
Huh?
We have
the tab.
Yeah. This is February 28th, 2026. Is it today really the last day in February?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
In the Tehran Times, they're already citing their articles from March 1st. It's already
you're right. It would
interesting. I didn't realize that. But he says, I have no sympathy for the Iranian regime. They oppress women. All right, I'm done. Done reading. Anyone else want to finish? Okay, but can I let me ask John then, just straight up. Is making women wear clothes oppression?
You would try to give it like a serious answer to this?
Is that even a serious question? Because this just like I'm telling you, dude. Like, I understand Sneeko after this.
We will never have freedom until every last Iranian woman is on OnlyFans. That's how we know we'll be free.
But that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like this whole idea, like that is a Jewish argument. That women need to be liberated is a Jewish argument.
Hear, hear.
Maybe an unpopular opinion. I wouldn't know that I wouldn't think I'd agree with a system that was limiting to women because like, even though the bell curve is a bit different, I still want to capture the ones on the high end and have them do useful things. In fact, most of those women fucking hate women. So
I didn't know you were liberal, John. We need to talk more.
Well, I don't know that it's possible anymore to approach from both directions, but I mean, maybe if I ran the world, I'd have like Office A that was all men, and then I have this like little outbuilding that was like the 4 intelligent women on the planet, and they'd be involved. They'd be involved.
We'll find the Margaret Thatchers.
Yeah, they'd be involved, and it'd be prostitution.
They'd be involved. That outbuilding, we'd call it the kitchen.
Cooking and cleaning. Yeah, these are all 4 janitors.
Let her cook,
and we want the smartest possible.
I've said that before. I think women should have the ability to vote. I think we just don't count it and don't let them know.
I'm cool with that. I could roll with that.
Yeah.
Kind of like a participation. Like, here's your coloring book while the parents have the menu.
They're voting women's voting, but it's like a little baby shower booth. There's like pink and blue and like fucking little like things that make you feel good in there. And they fucking cast their vote, and then they get to like hug each other. They like walk down a hallway where they're all clapping. Something
They have
like
to solve a puzzle before they can.
Listen, the way that women are treated in this nation, like we're getting closer and closer to like having butt sex with a male is not the gayest thing that you could do. like we're getting to an area where like somehow that isn't to the gayest thing that's actually possible.
You're attracted to women, you faggot.
right. Things like that, dude. We got another one from Dr. Tetanus that says, Israel has declared Turkey the next major threat. Thank you for the super chat, Dr. Tetanus. The operation continues. The Greater Israel will soon be the entire globe, and the Board of Peace will soon be led by Israel, seemingly. But I do want to read this statement, though, from Fishbank. I think it's kind of important with him being one of the top candidates coming into, or talked about coming into the midterms. But he does continue. He says, they persecute Christians. They are brutal and illegitimate. But if that's the standard, we should be bombing a dozen countries across the world today, including several we call allies. Don't let Washington tell you this is about human rights or our safety and security. It isn't. It's about Israel once again dragging us into their wars and expecting us to foot the bill in blood and money. President Trump ran on no wars. So did George Bush. So did Barack Obama. And yet here we are again. Another war nobody voted for, started without a single vote in Congress. As governor of Florida, I will never allow the 12,000 men and women of the Florida National Guard to be sent to a foreign war without explicit authorization from Congress. Our troops deserve better than this. Please join me in praying for them and all innocent life. So I would say, although it's not 100% alignment, I'm cool with that statement, actually. I'm cool with it.
95.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable position.
Yeah. I just don't like the gay preamble. Like, I am gay. Like, and then he continues with the message. Like, I didn't like that part. But
we want to die, man.
I just listened, dude. Is it that
I do
hard?
that shit all the time too. I'm like, listen, I don't dislike the Jews or anything. There's a difference between Jews and Zionism and blah blah. And then at the end, I'll be like, Holocaust.
Dude, well, it's getting to the point for me about to be like, dude, I'm cool with the Jews, but it's these women.
Did you listen to Holocaust? I can be like, didn't you listen to me? Didn't you hear what I said first?
We are kind of getting into odd times too, and I think that's another element of this too. Is like the right wing's kind of like meteorically breaking up at the same time with what's happening, and there's different factions building. And I would say one of those that I think will be notorious coming into, as we continue on from here, is this kind of circuit of Clint Russell, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, and they are like not right wing fully, and I wouldn't even say they really are, but they're right leaning, but they're saying all the right things. And so I can expect a Thomas Massey ticket, like conjoining with these individuals, and that honestly being the strongest right wing group moving forward, and maybe outside of America First. I think America First has the crown right now.
Well, and actually, that reminds me when John brought up how DeSantis is almost like a different camp than a JD Vance. I do think you're right. And I believe we actually talked about that on the Groyper report before, Atlas, how this is how it works, is they win either way. DeSantis is nowhere to be found. Why? Because he is totally dissociated from the Trump and MAGA world, so that he can run on his own accomplishments and point out how JD Vance essentially failed. Okay, I'm running against JD Vance. Why? Because he was part of Trump, and Trump sucked. I mean, look what he got. And basically, right. but who controls DeSantis? The Adelsons. So they've got all the bases covered.
Right. It's going to be DeSantis. Somebody bookmark this so I can feel smart later.
Clip it.
The media will be pushing it'll be Jeb Bush 2.0.
Yeah.
I can see it coming. I can see them trying to offer some kind of alternative.
Run whether he should or not, unless he does something extremely egregious in the future. Vance is going to run and he'll be aligned with Vivek, and they'll all talk about how we welcome Indians, which will be 50% of our country. DeSantis is going to represent the old crowd, the old Republicans.
Yeah.
Which
They'll probably
is
be more
Jews.
socially concerned. Well, well, that's interesting.
Here's the other problem. Peter Thiel is also Jewish, I believe. So, you know.
It'll be Little Tech Peter Thiel versus Miriam Adelson.
That's have either of y'all, like, I got PTSD from doing a show with Zeb for over a year. No one gets my pop culture references. Have either of y'all seen the show Succession?
A bit.
Brian Cox. It's a good show.
I know, I'm aware of the plot anyway.
Yeah, where essentially, if you watch this show, there's this family that runs basically like this fictional Fox News, and they're ultra billionaires. They're super rich. But the point of it is it's all this inner conflict at the top, but at the end of the day, they are a family and they rally around each other, even though they're constantly going at each other's throats. So Peter Thiel might have beef with the Adelsons.
Yes.
They might be beefing over which one of our stooges is going to run because
This
it will
is good,
give
Josh.
Miriam Adelson more power. And Peter Thiel wants to have more money than Miriam Adelson. But when it comes to, oh, crap, someone's challenging all of us, what do? They
I
circle the
literally
wagons.
think you're right. I think you're exactly spot on. It's kind of, I imagine Peter Thiel and the Adelsons are sitting at a fucking dog track. And JD Vance is a dog, and Ron DeSantis is a dog. And so, yeah, I got $5 on my dog. And they get all intense while the dogs are running. But then one of them wins. Do they give a fuck? They're like, all right, you won.
Yeah. They're like, well, I guess he's your president.
We said at least we still own the fucking track.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, they each are 10% owners in the god. So it's just, I think you're right. A lot of this is just dick measuring. And we're the fucking horses or the dogs or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's entertainment.
Yeah, it's the two brothers from what's that show? Training Day, or not Trading Places, where where they're brothers.
Look at this kid
they're
going back
beefing
in
with
time
each
and
other.
watching old movies like an actual smart person.
I have no idea.
But at the end of the day, they're
Ever seen Trading Places?
No.
Oh, go watch it, man. It's great.
Trading Places.
Yeah, it's Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy.
I'll write it down.
It's good. It's
Sorry,
an
John.
old comedy. It's got that 80s comedy vibe, but it's good. But yeah, essentially that's my point, is it's like they might have beef with each other. There's days where Peter Thiel is like, I motherfucking hate those guys,
Yeah,
but
sure.
they're still on the same team.
I guess my head goes to like for me, it's like I've written off the right. Like I've written off the right that like they're not going to win. I think that Thomas Massie will be a spoiler candidate. I think he will actually represent organic, like right-wing ideals. I'm looking at which left-winger does the Adelsons partner up with going into 2028. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for them to switch sides and just join the winning team. Where does that money start funneling into? Will we see a war chest given to somebody like a Gavin Newsom? Or will an Andrew Yang come back into the fold, given the fact that he was top dog with UBI, touching on AI, but he was a little bit too ahead of his time?
You know, I'm having this epiphany right now listening to you speak, and I'm realizing if the front runner is Republican and they win, we're probably going into a war. And if it's a Democrat, we're probably going for peace. But it's got to be gay.
It would definitely be gay. I view it as like you said, they view us as dogs, right?
Maybe
Especially in the race.
Trump was allowed to win 2024 because they knew we were heading into a war.
And think about the framing. What if Kamala was trying to do this right now? We'd be seeing riots in the street, dude. No way they would be. We would, as people, being led by Kamala.
And she's like, "Hey, we're going to war with Iran. Would you fucking sign up?" I wouldn't.
No.
But if Trump is president,
Yes.
and you're somewhere in West Virginia right now, stumbling around your trailer,
And it's
you'd
the
probably
same
sign
thing.
up.
Well, I think the same thing's true of JD Vance. It's not that he's a woman, but when they look at him, they look at the last person that said the same, wearing the same uniform, that said, "I won't take you to war." Well, we're here for the American people. But Gavin Newsom, that's somebody who can easily sit there and mock J.D. Vance, but also say, I would have never done any things what J.D. Vance would have done. But because he's a male, if they do end up tensions heat back up again, they can use him as a throwaway candidate. He has some credibility to burn among the American people. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. Which candidate has the most credibility to burn? Because that's ultimately what these candidates are. They are brought in as the ethos of someone you can trust, and we watch and see how long can they last before they've burned every ounce of trust and credibility they have to the American people. Let's get another new one.
They're saying in chat that oops, sorry, go ahead, John.
I just said I'm not going to argue with that. You were reading a chat though.
I was going to say they're saying the Iran supreme leader is deceased. Is that different than the Ayatollah? I'm not totally familiar on the government.
Same thing.
Okay, that's what I thought. So we already talked about that then.
Yep.
I saw that Trump said that on Truth Social. So I guess I can't imagine he would just make that up.
I mean, if it was Lie Social, I'd be skeptical.
This is from Fox News.
Yeah.
Let me, you guys are still seeing this tab, aren't you? I would hope.
I see us and a super chat that's been there for a while that I probably interrupted you reading, honestly.
No, you are fine. Let me share this tab, I guess.
Did we read that super chat since it's up?
Been saying this from the beginning.
I don't think you've read it yet.
Fishback is Vivek 2.0. First of all, he is Braun. Oh, you mean Brahmin. Wake up. A Braun will never start an ethnic cleanse. What'd you say?
I said maybe he means brown. I don't know.
Oh.
Brahmin, brown. Speaking of white people, look at that fucking guy.
I know, right? Isn't that kind of crazy? But yeah, confirmed by Fox News.
Give me a turban and 3 months in the woods without shaving, and I'm the fucking Ayatollah.
Dang.
So
now here's the thing, though. That's like how all Iranians look, though. Like, are we sure it's him?
You know who else looks like a lot like that, Josh? Is Jews.
Very true.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna see if I can find better confirmation.
You want me to throw out some schizo shit there? That's a fucking crypto Jew right there. That's what that is.
He was too undercover.
I've always wondered why Iran, just for no fucking reason whatsoever, is like death to America. It's like, hey, America's starting to be on your side against Israel. And then every time that happens, this guy comes out and goes, kill Americans, death to Americans. And I just started to think, sounds like something a Jewish person would say.
You may be onto something there.
We're chatting here from
this
Uncle
dude
House.
is eating a Snickers bar in Tel Aviv right now. He's shaved. He's eating, who's eating the other end? No, you know what? He's eating pasta like Lady and the Tramp, and Epstein is on the other end.
I was just gonna say he hung up the turban and he clocked out. He's like, whew.
This dude's real name is like Joe fucking, Joe Smith. He was probably born in fucking Texas.
Joe Greenstein.
He went to a fucking audition in Austin for an indie movie, and they're like, you know what? You're not a great actor for the movies, but we have a role for you.
That's good.
How's your Farsi?
So I have a conflicting information here, though, real quick, on Khamenei being dead. And again, this was initially rejected by Iran as well in the IRGC. But Uncle House writes here, the brother-in-law of Imam Khamenei confirms his martyrdom. Rumors are not true. He says they are deliberately spread to cause unrest. But he goes on to say, but who knows? State TV is calling Sneeko an American analyst. And for those who don't know, we call House AI. House is one of my top guys over on Defensively Accurate. He is definitely one of the top article grabbers and information spreaders. So I'll take that more than I will take a Fox News report. So I guess we'll find out. And I think the dust will settle at some point.
I tried to let you guys know at the beginning of the show, 48 hours.
Yeah.
You won't know.
Maybe longer than that. Maybe I'd give it 72.
How long do you plan on running this show for?
Well, we got plenty more to talk about. We can keep going.
I got to get running here in a little bit. I was kind of hoping to hang on long enough to call Zeb gay when he came on, but if he's not coming, then
you're good.
I'm thinking he may not come at all.
Go. See, he's gone. John's not even here anymore.
I was going.
I'm just messing with you. I have it set up, so if you got to go, we can do it.
Yeah, let me go. I want to knock out a little bit more of this this project I'm working on, the mini series. I think you guys are vaguely aware of that anyway. But
yeah, the Greater Israel Project.
We have
You're coming
here
along
in
very well.
we have so St. Patrick's Day in March used to be this big holiday here at Penn State, but they got so out of control that they moved it to now. So today is they call it State Patty's Day. So about 50 feet away from me is 50,000 blacked out drunk college kids. And so me as a filmmaker is like, that's production value. I have crowds.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a camera out there for a little bit.
Value. This is valuable.
I'm going to take a camera out there for a little bit and make some kind of story out of it.
That's hilarious. But no, so I think Josh said that you might be able to return later on, or you peacing forever? You're gone. That's fine. No, go work on your project. We don't need to be friends.
I'm genuinely asking you, saying return tonight or just like later, another day?
I don't even think I'll be running that long, anyways.
What I got from your text is that you may be in and out.
Well, if you're going for like another 6 hours, yeah, I might drop back in. But like,
I always go for 6 hours.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. I mean,
your poor husband.
I don't think I'll be more than like. I don't think I'll be more than an hour or two, but yeah, I definitely, you guys know, as I've been just busy a little bit here mid-March, I should finally be done with all that shit. So yeah, I really want to get back on Nav quite a bit more, get some of our real talk going again, Josh.
Same.
Little factions, Zeb. Yeah, we got to teach Alice some movies apparently.
Yeah, I'm uncultured.
But no, yeah, this kind of just worked out nicely. I haven't been around a lot on Nav, but it was nice to catch this one. It was good conversation, honestly, and it's encouraging to me as being 500 years old to see you young guys with your head screwed on pretty straight, thinking about this in an intelligent way. So final moment of seriousness, but we'll see where it goes. I the only advice, having been a little older than you and when September 11th kicked off and all that shit, is just like, we made it past that. We'll make it past this. I don't know how it'll turn out. And I'd be suspicious of it. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. I appreciate the advice though. And thank you for stopping by. I know we haven't talked, I think in like months actually. Like I think me and you specifically.
Yeah, at least 2. Yeah. Like since December, but hey, you can't lose until you raise the white flag. So don't put up the white flag and we still got a chance.
Agreed. And and good luck fighting off all the lawsuits Kinoflex keeps bringing in. So you spend most of your time.
That's been taking up a bit of my time as well.
So we
gotta get him on here too.
That was good.
Oh man.
But no, we appreciate you, man. And Josh, any kind of final words for John before we send him on his way?
I don't care what Josh has to say.
Me neither, dude.
These are
no, but it was good. It was good talking with you, John. I was a little worried. I was like, is John Curtins, are we going to hear from him? So it was good to know that you're still coming around, I'm glad that
you texted me about this. It's always hit or miss. And so like in fact, I told you earlier today that I didn't think I was going to make it. And then as the day evolved, I did. So yeah, I'm not gone or anything. I'm just dealing with a bunch of shenanigans here for another, I think, 2 weeks, and then that should be over with. So
let's go, dude. I'm excited to see your project.
I've almost started.
That sounds,
you mean you're okay?
Accurate.
I got you.
We'll see. I won't tease it too much. I want it to be a bit of a surprise. But gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your show. I'll talk to you later.
Sounds good, brother.
Adios.
Appreciate you for being here, man. And yes, shout out to John for coming on. I know for a lot of you guys here, NAV probably haven't seen him in a hot minute, and I know we essentially took over his typical Sunday slot show, and then he disappeared, and so we took over his show, and then he checked out. But we appreciate always hearing from John. We should be getting word, I should imagine, very soon from Zeb Boykin. I also should have been doing a better job checking my Discord to see if any other individuals wanted to come and check out. But if anybody does want to come on, and you are a creator, we know who you are. And we already have a connection. Definitely come on. Go ahead.
I might be shooting myself in the foot here. I don't want to blindside you, Atlas, in case we can't do this. But if we're going long, we could try members. If that's too much, because I know you're kind of handling this, then if we can't do it, we can't do it. But I thought I'd just throw it out there.
We should be able to do members.
Okay, that could be fun later if we run out of steam a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to talk to these animals right now.
Yeah,
But
you're definitely not right now. No, it's funny.
But hey, you know what we could do in the meantime? We should sue Jack also, just get in on the party. I'm starting to feel left out.
We totally should, dude. That's actually a great idea. I'm for it, dude. Let me just waste the court resources. We do have a super chat in here. For some reason, I still have not figured this out yet. The $20 range, it's like $20 to $30 range, blacks out and it's impossible to read. No idea why that is. But thank you very much for the $20 super chat. That's a big one. That'll get you Josh for a couple hours. He says, Mamdani is overlooked. He doesn't need to be a great mayor. He only had to be infected in B4 2028 and 2032. Everyone laughed at AOC, but they used her to introduce the Green New Deal. Charismatic leaders are always used by the left. And thank you very much for the super chat there. And we had two more come in. GeoGasser says, Brown is blocked depending on context. I did not know that, but it makes sense. It's Smelly sent a gifted, thank you very much. He sent 1 New American Vision gift membership. Thank you greatly, sir. We appreciate that. Hopefully it was
we love you,
Patriot.
Smelly Balls.
We do. We do love you. And I'm paying attention for Zeb. I know Zeb will probably be a little bit later. And hopefully we don't lose stream at all. But I think we should probably pull back into the news cycle to see what kind of updates that we have. And so I think I'll go ahead and flip it over to my For You feed. It's probably going to be one of the more accurate ones, or one of the more reasonable ones, I should say. But we also, I will say this too, for all of those who typically maybe watch from the Groyper report, we are, ultimately doing this instead of that. And also, additionally, Nick has already stated he will be going live tonight at 8 p.m. Central. So that's probably more so like 9:30 Eastern time. No, forgive me, more so like 10:30 Eastern time, because he's typically an hour and a half late. It's like an hour and 40 minutes on the dot. But I guess we'll kind of explore some of this stuff here and put some stuff on screen. I wanted to make sure we wanted to cover some of the stuff here. But the Strait of Hormuz is one thing that we did not talk about. Iran did officially shut down the Strait of Hormuz. That happened about 4 to 5 hours ago. There's been a lot of data in GPS data and satellite data and imagery showing about a lot of the ships in the oceans and the oceans and the travel routes, I should say, of all of the not action that's occurring there. But let me go and just put this on screen here.
Your Albanianism is starting to shine through. It's like the ships in the oceans are coming.
You hear my foreign accent coming out?
Yeah.
That's funny. Thank you very much, William Maines, for the 5 memberships, the gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And we got another super chat in from Elrax. Says, how are we feeling? I think overall long term, bad decisions, but as of right now, it seems, quote, successful and positive and to be working as intended. Your thoughts, Josh?
How bad decisions seem to be. I disagree. I mean, I think this is bad. I don't think. I was kind of asking, is something good going to come of this? But at the moment, I don't see how that could happen. But history is long.
Well, one thing I'm kind of curious about is if anyone's paying attention to Venezuela right now. Because if you remember, the overtaking of Venezuela early on by a lot of people was to their dismay, because it was the belief of this is a kind of failsafe in case Iran does shut down the Strait of Hormuz. So now I'm kind of curious, forgive me, what does the Venezuelan oil look like? Are they like, is it on the move? Or is that what they're being looked at to? So I'm curious if anyone's paying attention to any of the activity there. Because Sneeko, I think, put out a tweet earlier today that had a lot of likes on it, which was, see, I told you so. And it was to the effect of they went from Venezuela to ensure that if Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz, it wouldn't hold as much leverage as it did before taking Venezuela. So I'm curious your thought on that, Josh.
No, I think that's exactly right. And I believe that was essentially speculated by Nick Fuentes also. See, I was kind of thinking when Venezuela happened, this was almost a test of military might, like a soft Iran type target, with like some legitimacy behind it. Like we definitely have a vested interest in that as well. But I hadn't fully considered that, though not surprised at all.
Right. And
I think there's definitely some truth to that.
That was kind of like my first thought went to, actually, when I was watching and seeing the Venezuelan stuff. I I don't know if Nick had went that far. I think Nick kind of played a healthy bit of suspicion of it being, it's all an attempt to, to be beneficial to Israel. But I think I can't also put out the thought that also went into the calculations of doing the Venezuela, operation, which is here's, maybe if it's not the primary benefit, but here's benefit number 2, is it also operates as a fail-safe. I'm sure that was part of what was put in the options, because again, this is part of the military strategy here, right? It's a lot of these generals coming in and putting options on the table, giving their kind of like analysis of the situation. And so I imagine some of those generals also had that in their options as they were putting it forward on the table, leaving it in there.
It's one of those things where it's like, where Nick's angle was kind of like, well, how does this benefit America? Just because it benefits Israel, does that mean it's therefore bad? And I would agree with him when we say no. But I think with the Sneeko camp, looking at it from this perspective of what will benefit Israel, therefore will happen, it does have predictive power. So I think that is definitely worth noting. So
right,
points for Sneeko.
And we have this from Jason Smith. He says it would take 5 to 6 years to return Venezuela to 3 million barrels per day. And yes, I know the production's super on the low end. Trust me, I get it would be very minuscule of help. But I also look at it from the element of 2. Like in the short term, right, with the war, we're expecting the gas prices to shoot through the roof. And part of this is going to be because no one's going to be wanting or willing, or the insurers aren't going to be willing to insure, boats traveling through these areas during these times, specifically if they're very close. So I'm just wondering if that's actually happening. Not that that was the plan or it's going to be a permanent thing, but I'm curious if that's already been being done in an attempt to help benefit what's happening. I wanted to go to Fox News to get an update if anything has dropped recently, but I'm not even seeing that they're live right now, which is insane. They had an emergency session. The United Nations held an emergency session. I guess I'll try to look for a better live source on this, but we can go back to the live feed here on X. But this is what somebody put in the chat earlier. This is kind of curious, so let's go there. It's this tweet right here from the general. Breaking: Israeli officials say that after Iran, Turkey is now considered the next major threat to their existence. And
that didn't take long.
It never ends, right? it never ends, actually, which is just rather unfortunate.
I know that forever war, it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek saying, but if we really think about it, that is the nature of the Middle East. The truth is Israel is surrounded on all fronts by Muslim people that have sympathy for the Palestinians. And the truth is that as long as all of those people are alive, there will be conflict in the Middle East against Israel. It is eternal.
Yes, right, exactly. That goes to like the ideology of it, right? There's like one of these sides wants to win, and their win condition is the other groups don't exist, right? It's
right.
Like, these win conditions are never going to be satisfied in terms of the more political sense of understanding of like peaceful, right? And those kind of win conditions. And I did want to say I did see that there was reports early on that the biggest building in Saudi Arabia was being targeted. Is that what the Burj Aj is? I don't think so, right?
The Burj Khalifa, that's not the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, it's the Burj Khalifa. Thank you. I remember it was the Burj, but it's not the Burj Khalifa. Interesting. And I'm kind of curious, right? Like, is there, I guess the thing that really took me off guard, for one, which we should watch the announcement. I think this Lord Farquaad moment, which is what we got with the thumbnail here that we're playing off of. But also, maybe we should see that actually, because this blew me away when I saw this announcement. Hopefully it won't take my entire life to find it. Let me just go by top. Trump, war, Iran. This is why X's search feature is so retarded. How is the top one not? Yeah, have you seen that meme before?
Yeah, I have.
There's no way. How is the tweet of mine showing up before this announcement? Let me just do Trump announcement, Iran.
Maybe Elon needs to start hiring Americans instead of Jeets.
Dude, that's again, bro. That's how is that outranking the actual one? But here's a bit longer one, I guess, the minute 15 one. Okay, here's a bit more of the full one here. Okay, this is a bit better.
All right,
here we go.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's...
All right, we're not trying to get the history lesson. Let me go to Garrett, one of the smaller ones. Because I'm really trying to just get the point of the sacrifice that I'm willing to make moment. I think that was the most important one.
This is terrible and everything, but I have to admit, the fit and the background was good. Like visually, it looks good. But that's all I have to say.
I agree, and they definitely took the lessons from the Biden when Biden was being attacked for what he was doing with his right with the red and like the eagles, right? Everyone's like, wow, dude, it's like Biden literally Hitler. You know, with the State of the Union that he did. Here's a bit shorter one.
Biden was awesome.
Right. Somebody said that sounds
based Biden.
Based Biden, yeah. There was an era where that was true.
Proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Couldn't help himself, dude.
Nope.
Finally, a president who's going to give you, the Iranians, what you want.
Like what? Like any candidate can give us war. Like what are we talking about? It's like the easiest thing that you can do as a president actually is go bomb somebody for some kind of gain here. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of in the position to expect it. I think for a lot of people, they're like disappointed maybe who like were holding on to like some last bit of hope that this was gonna, pan out. I think even Nick had mentioned last night or 2 nights ago on a show that the negotiation reporting happening was leading him to believe there's even potential that maybe they do reach an agreement somewhere along the lines. But at the same time, if
like
it was all
how,
fake,
like how, what was it? Like Saudi Arabia and basically all of our Muslim allies were kind of lobbying for they were saying, we don't want this. So it's all of our other Middle East, Egypt, all them.
Yeah. And well, And can you imagine just like the concept of imagine if like Putin put out like an 8-minute video and here was a message to the American people. And he's like, if you guys don't stand up, we will come to your rescue. It's like, that's kind of it's like a crazy concept. You know what I mean? Like, how do you, but here we are, like, it's like, we're encouraging insurrection across the pond. But you can't even say these things yourself as an American citizen about your own government, right? So like, what kind of look at this kind of crazy paradigm. And I don't want to miss any of these either. I think I got another super chat.
Let's be honest, that was for us though. That speech was for us. He was trying to sell this war to us.
You ready?
He doesn't give a shit about the Iranians.
That's the meme, dude. Like, that's we're giving the Iranians democracy, dude. Like, that's the meme in my head. It's like, yes, tell me we're giving the Iranians democracy, dude. Let it reign over me, the democracy. Let's see more OnlyFans accounts. Trash. Joe Gasser says, Venezuela flat and accessible. Iran is a deployment nightmare. Prepare your parachutes and mountain gear. Nobody is coming back. And I will say, I said this at the very beginning, I really do, prayers go out to any and all U.S. service members who are actually there at Beirut where it did get bombed. I hope we're being told the truth about no casualties. Really do, because if there were some casualties, I mean, that's obviously on everyone involved in this and in the plan of action going into it. And I do think it does spell this extension of this, and I think this is kind of the next question here. We're clearly obviously going for regime change. Khamenei was targeted heavily. I think I saw a report earlier that 30 bombs alone were dropped on Khamenei's compound. So if that's kind of the goal, then I think we can expect that this will be a weeks-long, if not months-long operation. This was the exact verbiage used by General Dan Keynes, the military's top advisor, was if this was to go to the scale of regime change, this changes things and complicates it and will overall lengthen the entire thing. So it may look pretty right now. I think this kind of goes to what Elleraux had said in their super chat just before this. In the short term, sure, maybe it looks like we're doing okay right now. But what does a skirmish look like a week from now, 2 weeks from now? What happens if there is some truth to the reality of they did buy, there is some kind of, Chinese missile or surplus that they're waiting to pull out of the left wing, and they start hitting somewhere we're not prepared for. It's not like I'm wanting these things to happen at all. I'm just saying, this idea and concept that the American military is superior, I like that. But I also don't want to even experience what that would be if it wasn't the case. So like, and I think I spoke about this a little bit on the show yesterday with like just the concept of what it would be if you were airing 24/7 footage from CNN of a USS aircraft carrier sinking to the bottom of the ocean. What does that do to the psyche of the American people? How does that reverberate? Because we've never really not lived in a society where we couldn't smack every other country with a flick of the wrist. Right. And what would that kind of do to the overall munitions, everything beyond there? And I do think that does need to be brought into consideration concerning the future of America.
No, dude, you're absolutely right. And you actually, as you were saying that, it got me thinking back to our conversation with John about like terrorist attacks, so like, are they going to sink an aircraft carrier? Are they going to fake some sort of terrorist attack? And the truth is, if there's any truth, and I don't believe, no one is going to, even if like there were 100 genuinely authentic Iranian terrorist attacks in America, nobody would believe it. That's just not going to happen, except if you're a boomer. But honestly, if there is an element of authenticity to like an Iranian terrorist attack in a Western country, I think it's more likely to happen in Europe, like England or something.
Yeah. Well, I think that was like the reports, right? Was that the Hezbollah proxy in the sleeper cells are threatened to activate around the world, not just in the United States. And this is one of these kind of similar through lines here between like the Maduro regime and also Khamenei's regime, the IRGC, which is that they are, well, and I would even say the IRGC is a lot more ideological aligned than what the Maduro regime was, where the Maduro regime was basically built off of a lot more tighter knit loyalty and like a a camaraderie where the RGC is like ideologically aligned on like a belief of something greater than themselves. And it's in that sense that like you can get rid of Khamenei, but someone else will be the Ayatollah. Someone else will rise to that position. And if that's the concept, that the only option is complete annihilation of the RGC, what does that look like? And I think that's when you start contending things like maybe it's not boots on the ground initially, but we probably will see a lot of these one-way, single-use drone attacks to try to keep as many of our guys off the ground. But again, at the same time, if certain Arab countries don't allow us in airspace, I think that equation's changed since then. Since Iran did bomb some of these countries, they probably will allow the United States to come in and defend them and help them. There's just a lot here, and there's just so much here, and I think there's a lot at stake, and I think everyone's kind of waiting at the edge of their seat. Tell me what's next, Daddy Trump.
I think Zeb should run Iran. I think Zeb should be the next Ayatollah.
Let's send him. Let's send him there.
If they're having tryouts, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Like, why not?
Can you imagine Zeb in the getup, like with the
yes.
big towel and like the shroud?
Hey, they always said the South will rise again. They just didn't say where. So who knows?
you just see, wait, who's going to be the next Ayatollah? And you see the Dukes of Hazzard vehicle flying over the ridge there in Iran. And it's Zeb with it's Zeb with two revolvers blasting out the windows. Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's like how the Jews want to basically destroy the IRGC and replace it with like the old monarchy. You're gonna see them like raising the old like lion flag up, and then it's gonna like tug, and you're gonna see Zeb like fighting with the rope and it's gonna be the Confederate flag like going up and down like a relay race. Yeah.
That's actually, I can just see it happening actually. Zeb says done. I'm tempted to ask Google Gemini to show me a picture of Zeb wearing a turban. Maybe we will see that.
Did you see that Sea Dance 2.0 like CGI AI generator that China came out with?
Yeah, that you can go down to like the keyframes.
Yeah, I'll have to monkey with it, but there is a video of Zeb having a Super Saiyan battle with Nick Fuentes. It's out there. It's not good, but it's out there.
Wait, you made this?
Yeah. I did the free trial where you just generate 1 8-second video, and it came out super weird. So I didn't send it to anybody, but I might have to now.
Oh, you should. You should post that so you should look at it.
All right, that's on tonight's agenda. That'll be my annual Twitter post for 2026.
You should. I'm just trying to check that. Okay, here we go. So this is actually the opposite way. So this is a report from Antunes that says Khamenei's still alive. Let's take a listen.
That the Iranian president. Achi, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions.
I cannot hear it.
But just for clarity for our.
Oh, can you even see it?
I can see it.
There we go. See that? See, it said something this time. I don't know why I keep literally forgetting.
Achi, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you. But just for clarity for our audience right now, can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive. And the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive, and the Secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
Achi, I appreciate your comments there.
Okay. I don't know if I find that particularly trustworthy. I guess, what do you think? What do you think is more likely right now at this point?
All right. So I don't know if it's a hot take, but I kind of am more inclined to believe that he is alive. And the reason is because, yes, Trump himself said he was dead, but Trump says stuff. We all know this. And as we know, Iran does have basically these subterranean cities. And unless they manage to get him in some sort of assassination, I like a couple months ago, they were talking about killing him and they literally couldn't even find him. You think now he's just like, at the local coffee shop, his favorite spaghetti store or something? He's, I think he's 1,000 stories underground.
So I was thinking of that too. I guess I also think, do you think maybe that was what the delay was for? Was spending those last couple of days ensuring that they found the specific one? And the crazy thing with that too is like even that I find hard to believe, because in the report that I was reading from Dan Keynes, when I highlighted it on stream on Offensively Accurate, was very specific on the back end. What it was saying was the operation, the scale of the operation would grow so tremendously if regime change was involved, because of how many possible buildings they have that would be a site for a Khamenei compound, which would then stretch across, from the west to the east side of Iran, which is just, that's a triple the size of Iraq, a lot bigger to go at. So I'm curious, in the very initial, that's what they went for. I don't really know. AF Post is reporting from 9 minutes ago that Putin is willing to accept U.S. security guarantees in Ukraine. That's interesting.
Oh, what?
Putin willing to accept U.S. security guarantees, says Ukraine. Let's take a look at this. It could signal the biggest breakthrough in ceasefire negotiations since the Russian invasion of 2022. Russia has said it would accept proposals for Ukraine's post-war security guarantees, according to President Zelensky's chief of staff. Kirill Budanov said in an interview aired on Ukrainian television at the last talks, the Russian side said, for example, that they would accept the security guarantees offered to Ukraine by the U.S. The agreement has not yet been confirmed by the Kremlin, but it could signal the biggest breakthrough in ceasefire negotiations since the start of the full-scale invasion 4 years ago. It is
okay. I'm thinking this is fake.
You think this is fake? Fake news?
Well, it's coming from Ukraine.
Is that where this is
it's
from?
It's not confirmed by the Kremlin. Well, didn't it just say that? I mean, I thought you just read that it was a Ukrainian. Has not yet been confirmed by the Kremlin.
I see what you're saying. Russia's not confirmed it yet.
Yeah, and it says Kirill Budanov said in an interview, Ukrainian television, that it's like that's being reported by Ukrainians. And think about it. Okay. When did this happen? It makes sense why the Ukrainians would leak a story about how, the USA just bombed Iran. They're over there kicking ass. So I bet they're trying to make it look like Russia's scared of the US.
Yeah.
I think that's a play by Ukraine. I think that's what's going on here.
That makes a lot more sense now that you say that. It says, so it goes on, it is unclear what those security guarantees would look like exactly, but last month, Zelensky said it could include a standing army of 800,000 Ukrainian soldiers backed by weapons and training from Western allies. The UK-led coalition of the willing has also pledged a peacekeeping force, including at least 5,000 soldiers each from the United Kingdom and France. Several rounds of talks have taken place in Abu Dhabi in Geneva over the past months, with seemingly little substantive progress. Earlier in February, negotiations in Switzerland were reportedly very tense and lasted more than 6 hours in different bilateral and trilateral formats. That's interesting. Budanov added that at present, Russia had not agreed to a summit between Zelensky and Putin. Interesting. Okay, I think you're right. I think this is fluff. This reads like a lot of fluff. A lot of postulating, if you will. That's interesting.
Yeah. And hey, and it's kind of blurry for me. Who's reporting this? What's the article from?
It's from the Times, which I'm not too familiar with, but the author is Dominic Hauschild.
This could be distraction,
Yeah.
They don't want you to focus too much on Iran.
The Times is like a European outlet, though, I'm pretty sure. Let me take a look at this.
True, but to me, that's not definitive. The Jews control Europe too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't trust a European source to save my life.
Yeah.
UK edition. Now they have a US and an Ireland edition. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's European based. You would assume based off of that. That's interesting. I'm going to AF Post for their for their feed, specifically. But it looks like we've not gotten any really major updates since we have went live. It looks more so like people are refining what occurred earlier today and getting more information of what that aftermath was. AF Post says here from an hour ago, the President Trump said he will bomb Iran throughout the week or for as long as necessary to achieve peace in the Middle East. This is regime change. This is full blown. That's okay. It's full blown regime change, dude. There's nothing surgical about this, obviously. That
could not have been written more satirically.
And you know what's wild too is the AF Post founder is like a pretty staunch, like pro-Trump guy. I wouldn't say staunch, but he's definitely a lot more pro-Trump. This is kind of where the beef was coming from between AF Post, Aiden on X, and Nick. Because I didn't realize they were beefing at the time. But as I saw the founder's personal post, I began to get a bit better of an idea of what he was pushing for.
Right.
BAP disavowed Trump's attack on Iran. How about that?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Would not have expected that.
For those who don't know, BAP being Bronze Age pervert, he put a thumbs down there, but I'll just read the caption here. It says, BAP disavowed Trump's attack on Iran, calling it a mistake that contradicts Trump's 2016 promises and arguing that the U.S. should focus on Latin America instead. He said that the attack will either amount to an inconsequential bombing, raid, or escalate into a full-blown conflict that will not be worth it. And yeah, perfect timing for him to come down here. Yeah, I knew it was going to be the top comments too. Like, yeah, we'll arrive here, even though the entire time you were saying no, definitely not. He's not owned by Jews. He's, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and that's one of those things where if the goal of a Jewish person, like if the goal of BAP is to get us to greater Israel, war with Iran, once the war is actually happening, but he still has to save face, then he can completely disavow it. I mean, Trump's not going to stop doing the war because of what Bronze Age pervert says, but to save his own face, he can be like, oh, I'm totally against this, but it's happening, Yeah.
Well, yeah, speak to the crowd a little bit, because I find often that people aren't privy to these kinds of different factions in like these spheres of influence. So like, what's your opinion on BAP and like the positioning and why they're so contentious with Nick Fuentes?
Because he's a total astroturfed Jew. I mean, like,
yes,
because yeah. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. He is. As part of the Jewish question, they cover all bases. They appeal to everybody. They appeal to the right. They appeal to the left. They're willing to let us be racist against black people. They're willing to let us be racist against Somalian fraudsters in Minnesota, as long as it's not directed at them or anything meaningful. That's why the whole Minnesota thing was a distraction from the upcoming and now current Iran war. But then Tyler Oliveira goes out and points out the exact same thing in New Jersey, and then they cover that up. And that's what BAP is. BAP was a 2016 guy. He came on the scene to say TND, which I think we all know what that means, to appeal to the alt-right, but then get out in front and corral them into being pro-Israel, being pro-Jew.
More of the containment, if you will. And I think Nick's done a great job of explaining like who funds Bronze Age pervert, the BAP sphere in general, who's connected to it, who they typically write articles for, where do they come from, and it's more of this kind of containment right. BAP is a bit more of this kind of kosher right, if you will. You can do whatever you want, but leave Israel out of it. In line, and it's kind of a bit different from like the captive dreamer sphere as well. There's like the CD and Patrick Casey, John Doyle, which they typically agree on a lot as well, but they also have slight disagreements too. But it's just the chutzpah here to come around and be like, no, Iran's it's a mistake. But if anyone else would have criticized Trump like a week before about like he's going to take us to war with Iran, you would have had Bronze Age pervert quoting you and been like, Trump's not going to be doing this. What are you talking about? or it would have been gayer than that actually somehow. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. I'm curious if the chat is noticing any kind of updates that we've not seen so far. We have this from Patrick Bet David. He says, "Come on, he's dead. Let's take a listen to this."
This is not killing a king. You're killing the supreme leader of a religion. This is number 2 to God. They killed. And by the way, the last time the supreme leader was alive, I was in Iran. It was June 3rd, 89 when he died. Khomeini, I was in fifth grade at a school called Gulbenkian, and it was chaotic in Iran because their hero died. This guy didn't die. They killed him. By the way, according to reports, 81% of Iranians hate this regime and they want it to be changed. Not 61%, not 51%, not 31%. Nearly 81% want this person to be gone, and he's gone. So what happens next? Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, reputation. Now he kills the supreme leader, combined with a couple different countries. How many people are on IRGC side? How many countries? Maybe a handful? Who's supporting them? Who? You don't think people are sitting there saying, well, about 180 countries are against you. Why? Because how many countries go around the world saying death upon America, death upon America, death upon infidels? Who says that? You don't think the president and his team wanted to negotiate with you guys to say, just say you're never going to have nuclear weapons? No, just for 3 years so you can be out and then we can get another Biden in and we can go out there and do all that stuff. So, look, whether you're not happy about this because you're an anti-war person, which I totally get. No one wants war. I lived there as a kid. I saw people dying and no one wants that. It was the most, anxiety, panic as a little boy. Nobody should experience that. Till today, certain, sounds still get me because I go back to being a boy. And I was in the U.S. Army here. Nobody wants to see this happen, except maybe if your name is John Bolton and Lindsey Graham. But for everybody else who is wanting the world to be a safer place.
Bro, imagine saying that about Lindsey Graham when Trump has done nothing but lick the space between Lindsey Graham's nuts and butthole for the last like 3 months, dude. Like, that's crazy. Who's putting Lindsey Graham on, PBD? Like, they do this thing all the time where they separate Trump from all the people he constantly endorses and supports. But PBD is full propaganda, I agree.
If this gets
somebody's picking ladybugs like out of their teeth tonight.
And everybody else sits around and says, hey guys, they're about to kill you and your kids. And you, who's next? Let's just work with these guys. What do you want to do? Guys, we're done. Surrender. Put the flag. We're done, guys. What do you want to do next? Let's make it work. Let's your people go elect somebody they want as a president, whoever it is. Let's go back to having good diplomacy. Let's stop being the agent of chaos in the Middle East, and let's make it a safer place. So,
democracy, OnlyFans. Yeah, like, bro, like this is to me what I don't get, and like how the right is dead, like the right wing is just literally dead. Is how is any man sitting there like that's what they're cheering on? Democracy for a foreign nation, knowing that the number one key card they bring in when they're like, well, we need to bring democracy in because like, you see what they're doing to gays? It's like, why aren't we? Not yet. Well, you just have those thoughts, which is like, that's how the right is dead. The current version of the right wing is, for one, just socially inept, but not in anything close to being socially conservative. And when you see these kinds of things occurring, it's like, yeah, the neocon, MAGA is neocon. Neocon won. It co-opted, MAGA co-opted neocon, then neocon co-opted MAGA again. It came back with a vengeance. It's just so depressing.
And that's the thing is it's like, it's one of those things where as a Christian, it kind of sounds bad to say, but the truth is like, you can't save everybody. And when you're dealing with political systems and political power and geopolitics, it's like, yeah, if I could wave a wand and save every person in Iran and convert them to Christianity, I absolutely would. Yep. But the truth is, I can't affect change in my own country. What the hell am I supposed to do about Iran?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And the truth is it's like in just a real sense, I don't really care. And if I did care about Iran, I wouldn't want democracy anywhere near there. Because let's be honest, the Jews use the Muslim stuff as propaganda to get us to go to war on their behalf. We know this. But Muslims are bad. And the truth is that a lot of these regimes keep the raving lunatics in check. I mean, that's what Saudi Arabia is. That's what Egypt is. Let's be honest here. The leaders are there to do business. And that's why, like, look at all these African countries. The history of like African countries is just some guy, some warlord gets in charge and he makes the best deal for himself, because doing anything in Africa sucks. You just want the West to give you the money while you keep the populace in check best you can.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. I had a train of thought, but I actually lost it, so I apologize.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
I have that effect on people.
No, I don't know why I forgot it. Hopefully it'll come to me.
PBD, right wing AstroTurf.
Yeah,
that's kind of what you were talking about before.
It was going to be about the right wing, and I'm struggling to think of what that was going to be. But anyway, so it'll come to me. It'll come to me. Don't worry, it's coming back. Let me back out of this and just see what else we have on the table, on the slate here. But I mean, it's kind of in line, I would imagine, with just the idea that the right wing being co-opted, the neoconservatism coming back in full swing. And then all of these ideas of pushing out, and like you had said, right, this is kind of like what we saw within Syria. I think it's probably the best example of that. What happens the moment that Assad gets deposed? Well, then the country goes to shit, and then next thing you know, we're getting videos of Christians being drugged by Tacoma pickup trucks in the streets. And this is the instability. And this is always kind of the assessment of Khamenei as well, too, right? Khamenei, notably back in 2002, told the rest of the Islamic regimes to not pursue the nuclear weapon. It is in our best interest as an Islamic peoples to not pursue these nuclear weapons. But I do think those calculations obviously change with time, given the fact that if you realize that Israel's not going to stop no matter what you do, you need to defend yourself in some form and format.
So I'm on my Twitter burner account, which is geared towards basic bitch boomer conservative slop, and it is all like, the people are rising up against the Ayatollah. Here's a picture of a woman, a sexy Iranian woman from the 70s with her cleavage out. It's all that, dude.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That gets me going, actually. Oh, that's the point I was going to make. Thank you. That actually did remind me. I would go so far as to say, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. I would go so far as to say America removed from Christian values is no different than any other country in the world. And the whole reason, like to me, I feel like Ben Shapiro, my number one guarantor of supporting America is so long as that it is the bastion of Christianity. And the moment that changes, the moment that I will probably start, reassessing things differently. And that is because I am pretty strong and staunchly a Christian nationalist as well, too. But just really to make the point that, what even is America if we don't sit here and hold to Christian values, right? Pushing for liberty and democracy and freedom, but removed from a Christian perspective is almost, what separates that from just a secular Jew? Not really anything at all. Just kind of a difference of opinion at that point. So that's kind of the way I've looked at a lot of this stuff too, So the Republican Party, obviously being neocon, but doesn't even represent anything remotely close to Christianity in even the most basic sense, right? And it's you look at these things, and that is one of these elements, which is no, we weren't told by our Lord Savior Jesus Christ to go and make sure every woman had an ability to make an OnlyFans account. What are you talking about? And I think it's through that lens that I'm very staunchly opposed to basically anything. And it's very specifically, I find that to not be a benefit. I find that to be evil and degenerate, actually, to go and disrupt the system of a foreign nation, for one, on the behest of Israel, but secondarily to defend it with the idea that because you're allowing them and taking the men out of their society that have ordained that society to enhance the ability for women to take their clothes off. And that's that literally is the number one thing you see referenced. It's well, we're freeing them. And it's well, one of two things. It's, do you know what they do to gays? You know what they do to women? Don't care. Don't care. I wish we would do more of that here, actually. Mind you. But,
yeah. On that point, I was rewatching clips, like, or I saw more clips. Do you remember, it was a couple months ago now, but Andrew Wilson was debating that one girl with like dark hair that got him kind of riled up about his baby, like the baby mama stuff. You know, he kept calling her Chuck. Do you remember this? He said, "You lick sniz." You remember this?
No.
Okay, well, anyway, maybe some of the people in chat do, but I was just thinking about how, like, to what you just said and what John said earlier about how there's a small percentage of women that are exceptional, that maybe we can find them. And I was going to bring her up as an example of she's someone who seems smart. She was well spoken, and but hold on,
I know,
but she's retarded. Like she's wrong. But and that's exactly my point. Is I'm on your side, where the juice is not worth the squeeze. The search for the top 1% of smart women. At the end of the day, what do you have? You have dumb men. Just a guy, at best. Jag. Your top 1% of women is your top 50% of men, maybe 30. If I'm being generous here. Yeah, so
on the bell curve,
let's
they
not worry about it.
85th percentile. I think it's like the peak of women on intelligence. So like, I think it's around the 85th or 86th percentile. I'd have to look at it again. I can't read good because I learned from Candace. We have another one.
It was a hilarious anecdote.
Yeah, right. And the anecdote. Did you know? I just realized that thunder is the sound of lightning. Did you catch this from her, dude?
No, did she say that?
Bro, there's no way, dude. I'm like, I was seated in my chair, dude, when I saw this clip. Do I need to go play this clip? Dude, this is crazy.
Atlas, I think every person I've ever met knew that before kindergarten.
You would have thought, what's insane? She threw her producer under the bus too. She was like, we didn't know that.
I knew that. Okay. That's not as bad as I thought when you said that, but I knew that was coming because the producer is who's writing this for her, and there's no way he thought she doesn't know how to say anecdote. How to say
it feels
quid
fake.
Pro quo.
It feels fake. No, we have to watch this. I'm sorry, guys. There's an Iranian war happening, but this is what matters. Is you have to just, man, dude, this thing blew me away, bro. Listen to this. It almost feels like it's AI.
Okay, I have to tell you guys something before we get into comments, because I need to know that I'm not the only person who didn't know this. Okay, I didn't know this, but also Savannah didn't know this, so at least two of us didn't know this. I was on a walk with my husband, and it was thundering, I think, and I was like, oh, no big deal, we can keep walking because there's no lightning. And he was like, what do you mean by that? And I said, it's just thunder. Lightning is the problem. And then my husband was like, that it can't thunder without lightning, right? That thunder is the sound of lightning. My mind was completely blown. I promise you, in my 35 years of living, I had never heard that. And I just need to know in the live chat right now if this is just a girl thing, because me and Savannah didn't know this, or is this literally just me and Savannah are the only people in the entire world that didn't know this? Or are you shaken to your core as I was yesterday and as Savannah was this morning, learning that thunder is the sound of lightning? I don't know, guys. I have to just kind of share with you random tidbits of my life.
It's almost like, is this a bit? Is this how we get views now?
Unironically, I'm almost like I'm going Zeb mode here, where it's like everyone's a Fed. What? Okay. Now, okay, because here's the thing: is
you can't
every angle.
think.
I can't even think right now. Every angle of this is so stupid. Where I'm thinking, with all of the flack she's getting for not being able to spell and read and pronounce things, this is not a self-report that I would be throwing out there right now. But then again, I'm trying to step into the shoes of someone who did not know that thunder was the sound of lightning. So maybe I'm the fool here.
Yeah. LRX says this video is like from the summer of 2024. I don't
I was gonna ask, is this recent? Okay,
no,
that makes a little bit more sense.
No, that actually makes it better.
Yes.
And now I'm
True.
like, okay, if you didn't know that lightning was the sound of thunder in 2024, like that's acceptable. Like nobody knew that thunder was the sound of lightning in 2024.
We have other things on our minds.
And you know what? I'm so excited to see episode 2 of Erica Kirk. The Bride of Kirk. Let's know, dude. You know, it's just hard to listen to Candace when you see all these other things, man. And I'm not really into the true crime drama stuff, anyways. So
I feel like this is one of those things. Like, yeah, do you ever in like a social setting where you have a friend and you guys are having a good time, and you get like one friend, he might get a little comfortable, and he like reveals something that it's like, I would have kept that to myself, dude. You know what I mean?
Bro, all the time, dude. And you know what the best thing is? Have you seen the meme, the caption for these kinds of moments?
What is it?
Batman couldn't have beat that information out of me, dude.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I feel that all the time.
Yeah, dude.
Well, you see it from like Destiny or like Sneeko clips, right? Things like that. And then you just see some of the most egregious things, dude, where a guy's like, yeah, you know, and like, you know, when I tried the bidet once, I was doing this. It's like, those are the stories that you never post online, dude. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I don't have a problem with the bidet. I don't have one, but if they work, they'd be fine.
I don't either, but it was the detail he went into to describe how he was doing it is the part that I would have not posted online. Yeah.
That's one of those things, like, yeah, like especially the friends where I don't know, like, because I didn't play football, shocker, but this sort of like slap ass thing that some guys have, that ain't me, dude. And do you ever get a buddy where he shares a little bit too much personal details about like his girl?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, dude, this isn't like a hookup. This is your wife, and now I have to look at her knowing that. You know what
Right. Yep.
I would like. Why did this feel? And my point is girls get like this, especially where they're like, hey, "Am I right? Like, did you not know that?" And it's like, okay, but you're a political commentator. I probably would have kept that under wraps.
Yeah. Right. And I think I think in addition to all of that, what I hear a lot of too is like, you know, a guy talks about how, you know, his wife's like treating him, and he's like, yeah, dude, you know, she makes me put on the leash like a dog, and she walks me around. she puts on the high heels and stands on me. You know, it's like, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, how does anyone arrive to a position where you're having a conversation? You're telling me, like, why are you telling me? Like, you shouldn't be telling anybody. You should be praying to God. You know, like, not me.
You know what I'm imagining right now? Someone just finding our video by chance and saying, "Oh, war with Iran coverage." And this is what and then it opens to this. Yeah.
You're right. We should be having the children being blown up behind us in the background. So like, they're not,
of course,
don't get it twisted. It's like, we're talking about Iran. That's not an arm. Anyways,
we're building up to it, guys. You know what I mean? This is all part of the foundation of the arguments.
Yeah, well, it's also part of it too. Of like, you got to have the emotional stability of not like going insane from all this stuff too. Because at the same time, you know, you like right now, what can I do personally, like individually right now to stop all of this? It's like, this is talking about it and giving my opinions about as far as I can really go without, you know, we start talking kinetics, and I think that just gets out of hand too quickly. But I am trying to pay attention to some updates here for what's going on here. I know a lot of Nick clips have been surfacing and have been recurring. You know, a lot of people are pushing like, this is the prediction from here. I did actually have one earlier. Oh, this is one I wanted to go to. So did you catch this from Dave Rubin?
Nope.
Forgive me.
I hope I don't catch anything from Dave Rubin.
Oh, did I say too much? But no, let me share this tab so you can see it instead, and I'll put it on screen for everybody as well. This is like this stupid AI slop video that he posted. I believe Tucker and probably Megyn Kelly, Shank, and some Indian woman, I guess.
Maybe he was going for Anna Kasparian, but it didn't work.
I would have thought that, you know, that looks more Megyn Kelly, I guess, visual to me. It's clearly Tucker and Shank, but I guess AI is just like every white girl looks the same.
Yeah.
But I guess who is this for, and why is there 20,000 likes on it?
Dude, these people, like the words coming out of our mouths that these people live in a bubble, it does not do it justice. I mean, Dave Rubin, well, is a weird, evil bastard. This is just like, I mean, it's literally slop. It is literally like when you say AI slop, it's all forms of slop. It's goy slop, it's boomer slop, it's neocon slop.
Agreed. And Zeb did say something earlier. Let me find this. Zeb reporting live from Tel Aviv. I know the flight takes a hot minute to get back. And I've heard Netanyahu takes a lot to finish off. Anyways, he said something in here. Still live? Give me like 30? Yeah, we are still live. I will wait for you.
I don't know how true this is, but I'm seeing reporting that apparently, in quotation marks, Canadians are surrounding the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa. And from this picture, it's from the back and everyone's got like jackets on, but it's all Iran flags. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the B tier Canadians, if you catch my drift.
What are you doing, sir? Stop bombing Iran, sir.
I am a Canadian. What are you doing?
So Canadians, U.S. Embassy. Interesting. Where did you see it from?
Twitter, from someone called Table Salt.
That's what I'm seeing right here as well, too.
Yeah.
Got a video, actually. That's just a photo, right? Here's a video.
Okay.
I'll put it on screen. Still sharing this with you, right?
Yes, I see it.
Go back to something. I would say, given what John said earlier and just the nature of how this happens, do not take this as truth. There's a chance this was a rally from Islam from 2023 in Canada for some other dumb reason.
Good point. Wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Well, you heard the guy on the megaphone, so I was right.
Yeah, I did. I did hear him. I'm curious if I can't get an actual, like, report from anybody. Okay, this is from 5 minutes ago from a random account. It says this was on the steps of the American Embassy in Ottawa. This is from 8 minutes ago. Let me open this in a new tab. Let me share this one instead. Let's zoom in. That look like what we were seeing? Palestine flag, I guess you could say.
I'm not familiar with the layout, but this looks like a completely different street.
It looks much different.
It could be the other side of the building, but there's like tree. It looks totally different.
Interesting.
It's probably
AI. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
We could like, what is it? Like the down detector or something? Not down detector, AI detector.
And the video we just saw, there was snow on the ground, and this one has none, and the trees are in bloom. So, yeah, different times for sure.
Yeah, snow on the ground there. So this is an example of this fake information. Here's one. The U.S. Embassy in Ottawa being vandalized, and this is from March 22, 2025. And can we see any similarities here? Nope, just a lesbian, I guess. Okay. This is being pushed here, 4 p.m., February 28th, U.S. Consulate General. What is this? Is there like... This is from 5 minutes ago? They say this is in Toronto, though. I mean, I guess we should expect protests around everywhere, you know?
Yeah, they're definitely happening.
This one is like they're in winter gear.
Yeah.
No war on Iran. I mean, like the sign matches, stop the Epstein regime's atrocities. This is from, at Mitch6669. Is he going to be on X? Or is this just him? Oh, okay. So this guy looks like he is from literally on the ground. Do you have any more? Is there anything else? Interesting. Okay, look at the date on this. February 23rd. Same scene.
Yeah.
But this says it's from Toronto and not in Ottawa. So it could just be different protests happening in different areas.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure protests are going on as we speak in America, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Dude, all the big whales, if you will. The big whales with the pink and blue hair. Let's hear this. That's curious.
Okay.
Has Erica Kirk supported the Iranian war yet?
On that, real quickly, I just looked up the U.S. Embassy. It is in Ottawa, but it is a completely different building than any of those videos.
Okay, so it's like not on the corner somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, go ahead. Erica Kirk.
Yeah, has she supported Iran yet? Have we gotten that? Because what we have here is the Charlie Kirk show claimed that Charlie Kirk would have supported Trump's operation in Iran if he were alive. This is shameless, dude.
Let's go, dude. Hell
this
yeah.
is so shameless.
Where's the Ouija board? Bring it out.
Have trust with the president, and he would look for the bright side of things. And
bro, okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I hate to pause, but you said the Ouija board. Would that not be the most insane shit you ever saw? Is there in here with the Ouija board? And they're like, Charlie, give us a Y if you want us to go to war with Iran. And like, do you see the board? It's like, yes. Like, oh my God, we got our answer. Trump bombs immediately after that. Okay. I'm sorry.
Kirk approved.
Yeah, Kirk. Look, Kirklandly, great idea.
Let's go.
Have trust with the president, and he would look for the bright side of things. And he was an American patriot, so he would pray for our success once that began. And I just want to say that to offer perspective on how I think he would have felt about this. And that's not to use Charlie as a shield. That is not to say everything just revolves around him, because he's not with us anymore. But I know all of us are feeling the lack of Charlie in a moment like this, because he was a natural leader of the movement.
Well, I think that's also, like, as soon as all of this broke out, you saw that social media immediately went to go find Charlie clips, because he still is, even in death, like the leading voice on a matter like this.
Well, and sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and it makes me upset, though, because for these people that didn't actually know Charlie, like Blake, you said it, in private, he would be not happy with the situation, and he would express his thoughts. You would oftentimes see him talk about it on the show, but then as soon as this would happen, he would have trust in the president. He would try to calm people down, and so it's really irritating for me to see so many people on social media have the opposite reaction, to use his voice to actually cause chaos, to actually cause fear of the situation, to actually cause.
I like how he couldn't go all the way. He had to still say, well, and in private, Charlie would have, expressed his frustrations, but publicly he would have been all for it, completely all the way. I saw you try to send me something on text. If you just add it to the outline, I have the outline right here. So anything you need to put up on screen.
Sure. And I was just, dude, kind of a side note, but that is one of the worst feelings ever when you're watching a political or just any podcast and someone's talking and they've got gay voice and then they kind of wind down and throw into someone else.
Yeah.
And they also have gay voice. It's like, dude, I thought we were done. Damn it. But yeah, dude, this is gay and shameless. I mean, I'm honestly surprised people are still watching this. I mean, who's his producer? I mean, he's there. I forget his name. Brian Colvett. Is that it?
It's Andrew Colvett.
Andrew Colvett,
the face of everything, basically, because they have like the Timu Tim Pool and Andrew Colvett.
Timu Tim Pool. That's good.
I think his real name is Blake Neff. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I think
I
got
so. You.
He's the one who looks down. He's like, Colvett, can I say it now? And Colvett's like, I'll do it again and no sex for 2 weeks. It's kind of like the relationship they have.
Interesting.
Zeb says, doing family things right now. Get the baby down and I'll be out in a minute. Give me like 20. Word. He sent me something to look at too. I'm going to go at what he just sent me.
Okay.
And it's from Shadow of Ezra. And actually, forgive me. Before we do this one, we need to finish the last one. Let's finish this out.
Hatred of President Trump in this whole ordeal, when actually that's not what he would want.
Well, and
okay, we basically finished it. I thought we had a bit more. Okay, anyways. Do you see this?
Yeah. I'll be honest, I can't. It's very blurry on my end. I can't read it.
Well, you need to try.
JD Vance.
I'm not just messing. Did I? Says JD Vance tells the story.
Call me Candace Owens. I'm doing my Candace Owens impression.
I'm just on one today, dude. This is what war does to me, dude. I get gay and don't want to be here. Says says JD Vance tells the story about Charlie Kirk stopped World War III with a single phone call during the final days of his life. JD Vance admits that both he and President Trump were reminded by Charlie Kirk that the majority of Americans were completely done with foreign wars. Charlie Kirk reminded me of that. This was posted by Shadow. This is crazy. Let's take a listen.
Where Charlie Kirk called me, and guys, he was mad. It was one, I wouldn't say the last conversation that I had with him, but it was in the last few months of his life. And he called me and he said, JD, I'm really worried. I'm really worried that what's going on in the Middle East right now is going to lead the United States into a protracted military conflict. I've never told anybody that Charlie was really worried about that in the final months of his life. Now, here's the thing. Charlie was so effective and he was so trusted by both me and the President of the United States that when Charlie made that phone call, I didn't say, screw you, you don't know what you're talking about. I listened to him. And I really believe that one of the reasons why the President of the United States knocked out the Iranian nuclear facilities, but never got the United States into a protracted military conflict and never lost a single American in a Middle Eastern conflict is because we had the wisdom and the good sense to recognize that the American people are done with American troops dying in unnecessary foreign conflicts. But Charlie Kirk reminded me of that. Charlie Kirk.
It's all theater. It's all.
Dude, well, first off, he reminded me. It's like, this Americans dying in unnecessary foreign wars. I need my weekly refresher on why we don't want that.
Yeah, I was going to bomb the living shit out of these foreign nations, but then Charlie Kirk reminded me, no, maybe that's what we don't do as Americans. It's just it's such a lie. So much of it's a lie.
Yeah, and also, didn't happen department. It's for you. Like Charlie Kirk just calls up JD Vance and is like, "Don't do that," and he's like, "Wow."
Yeah,
very persuasive. These are not the foreign wars you're looking for.
Right. We have another chat here from J.R. Williams says Trump now is saying there might be casualties. So we're going to check that out. I'm going to pull up what you had first.
Okay. Yeah.
You grab this here. This is was Josh sent in. I get it, Gio. I know you can't handle disagreement, but keep the gayness to yourself. You only got so many characters you can put in a message. It says, breaking, Iranians are now tearing down statues of Ayatollah Khamenei. Iranians are taking back their country. But again, an account I've not seen before. You know, how much of this do you say, like, was this happening today, or did this happen like during the 12-day war?
I was going to say, the reason I'm sending that to you is because this is a sample of the slop that is just flooding your basic bitch Twitter feed on my like burner account.
Right. So let's I guess we'll play it out and see what we can pick up. I'll just say right there, like the vocal cues from that crowd sounds Americanized. That feels like a very, like almost like an American Iranian kind of reaction. You know what I'm saying? This feels like it's a college kid like screaming.
Go team!
Yeah,
App State beat Texas A&M. Woohoo!
Right. I don't know what this statue is of particularly. It looks like it's a silhouette of.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell what that was.
Zach Bartlett says that's from a protest a while back. Makes sense. A lot of these accounts are going to be pointing in on this right now. If you've ever seen an account go from 0 to 100, it is going to be because they're going to find a old video that is going to go along with this, and they're going to say breaking.
Yep.
That's kind of absurd. Let's I want to check the Trump casualties. Let's see this actually, because that's actually concerning, very concerning. Okay. Not seeing anything. Not seeing anything so far. It's popping up. This is from right after the strike, but I don't know what the corroboration is from this individual here. There are casualties. I mean, if you were just watching the video and seeing it happen, I guess it would be your assumption. Oh, this is the direct quote I was looking for earlier. The Lord Farquaad moment. The lives of Americans may be lost and we may have casualties. Mm-hmm. That often happens in war. Hopefully we don't see any casualties. You know, I really don't. But now it's going to start feeding me a bunch of these here. The New York Post is pushing this right actually here. So let's take a look at this one. This is what the New York Post is pushing. This seems more Iranian because the footage is in 360p. You know, just being honest. The New York Post is what they're pushing. It says thousands take to the streets in Iran to celebrate the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. And how many of them were flown in? How many flew in like a week or two ago?
I was going to say, I forget what the conflict, I think it was a Ukraine thing, but I remember a clip from Nick where someone super chatted and they're like, I don't understand. What about the videos of people celebrating? And he had a typical Nick response of it. He was like, you are too retarded to be alive.
Classic. I'm going to start using that one. Instead of giving an answer, I'm just going to not even respond. I will respond, but not with anything substantive. Israeli news passes out drinks and gives a toast to the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei. And then they read out scripture on killing Amalek. Just remember that they would do the same thing to you if you oppose them at all. You are Amalek. It's crazy. Can't even understand it. It's going to be in Hebrew. I'm not listening to that. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, who could blame him? He's like, I'm alive, bitches. You have to try harder.
But is this real? I mean, look what it says. Khamenei is alive. He's giving a speech now. It's from 2 hours ago. Okay, not true. The video is from February 12th, 2026. Okay. All right, we got to go to the comments here, right? Like, the comments is really the only way to really get some idea here. Community notes, suspiciously, I haven't seen a single community note today. Interesting. This is interesting. So this says a Patriot air defense system was unable to intercept an Iranian missile over Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar.
Oh shit!
Oh fuck! Dude, that was like this is like a Hollywood like movie almost.
I was gonna say, is this how sports people feel? You know?
Is this how the sports watchers feel? The sports ballers. Hey guys, you want to watch a game of goy ball and smoke some goy nib?
Now you have to admit, it is kind of exciting, like to watch. Like,
yeah,
we don't want it, but that was it was a fun watch.
Yeah, that was that. But the Al Udeid Air Base, what is that? Right? Let's look this up.
That's definitely one of ours. And by our, I mean like one of our outposts.
It is one of the largest U.S. military installations in the Middle East, located approximately 22 miles southwest of Doha, Qatar. It serves as the forward HQ for U.S. Central Command and Air Force's Central Command. Okay. Isn't that crazy too? Like a missile that takes 2 years, or the Patriot missile system that takes 2 years to replace, just went up and missed. That's what we just watched. That's
for a
crazy.
missile that they built for like $15.99 in a weekend.
You're right, dude. Right. It's got the pipe from Gaza bit wrapped around it, duct tape.
What was it? What was it like? Sam Hyde says, "We need missiles that cost as much as a school, that don't even work."
My favorite part from Sam Hyde is when he does the promise, and he's like, "Don't you understand? It says in the Bible, thou shalt give missiles to Israel. Thou shalt give more missiles to Israel." You know, Sam Hyde bits are some of the best.
They need more missiles. They need more missiles.
Yes, exactly. And you probably saw this too. You might know more about it than I do. Wasn't it there's another guy, animator, that got canceled for making a Jew joke? Did that not happen recently? Smiling Friends.
An animator?
Smiling Friends, right? The show's canceled now.
That's why?
Yeah, that's what I read. The last episode is a joke about Jews.
Okay, I heard they got canceled, but I didn't know that was why.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is what I saw. Smiling Friends joke Jew. Yeah, so it's from Grimalda's. It's ending. 2 unreleased episodes will be released in the future, then the series will be over. But it says Smiling Friends Show of the Year. Oh, I'm not even showing that to the crowd. Hold on. right here. It says from Grimalda's 24th show of the year. Gets renewed for 2 more seasons. Season ends with a joke about Jews. Show gets completely canceled. Never beating the stereotypes. And here's the clip, actually. We can watch it. Guess we'll try to watch it. Should we? Is that going to copyright the That's going to copyright the stream.
How long is it?
24 seconds.
Well, I think we'll be fine.
You'll kind of get the gist of it in the first little bit here.
So that no matter how different we all are, everyone can get along with each other, except for a certain group of people. You know who I'm talking about.
That's kind of the joke there, right? And so that makes sense why they got booted.
Yeah, and well, and the joke is like the characters after that, because I remember I saw that episode was they're like all eating in the background. He's like, what was that last part? You know, like the joke is that it's like, who is this random guy and why is he saying that?
Yeah,
and
that's too much.
I don't know.
It's too much. So I did see that it was they put Sam Hyde, Jews Rock, and then they had the playing at the same time.
I was gonna say we got the Clubacost, and it's just the Adult Swimicost. Like every Adult Swim guy gets the Jewish boot at some point,
right? Literally, which is funny.
Which is funny because I believe it was a Tim Heidecker who gave the axe to Sam Hyde. I wonder if he's still running things over there because he's Jewish.
Wouldn't make sense if he did, if he was the one. Where was I going to go to next? There was something I thought I was about to pull up after that. We did look at the airbase. I guess we're monitoring the situation. Oh, that's what it was. I wanted to see live coverage, actually. I want to see live coverage. What's happening? What's CNN saying about this? Can we get some Iranian news, please? This is live now from Fox. I mean, that's why I couldn't find Fox's feed earlier. I guess they are live, right? CBS, we want to watch Barry Weiss? I guess we'll take a listen.
Act of aggression. It is an open armed aggression against the Islamic Republic, against the international legal order upon which the United Nations and the Security Council have been built for all.
So, they're having a meeting at the United Nations. This is a representative from Iran at the UN right now.
1945 is founded upon this fundamental principle. Members shall refrain from threat or use of force in international relations. The sole exception is the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51, and only in the event of an armed attack.
We'll have that playing there. Elirac says more heavy explosions in Tehran being reported currently. Iranian drone hits Burj Khalifa. So did they actually hit it there in Saudi?
Ooh. Maybe they...
Burj. Brother, what is going on with X today?
I think we know.
Yeah. Oh, this is from like less than a minute ago. Okay.
Damn.
Okay, that wasn't what I was expecting. This is according to Fatux Network, video provided with it. Okay, let me go that.
I was kind of hoping you would be like, you see Tom Cruise falling off the side?
Fatux. What the hell is Fatux? What'd you say, Josh?
I was just saying I was kind of hoping to be a little bit more
explosive.
Yeah. I mean, not really. We want everyone to be okay.
So that's the second video I've seen of this from 15 seconds ago. Looks like it's hitting the feed now. Iranian regime has no shame. Okay, Jew. It's interesting. And think Michael Bay is directing 2026. That's funny. And what was the other thing
That's
that
good.
he said there?
That's a classic 2011 joke.
Tehran explosion. We do latest. Seems like I'm getting more realistic results here. Breaking Iranian media is reporting a massive or extremely strong explosion in Tehran. Just then, Israeli and American aircraft have begun another wave of strikes against the Iranian ballistic missile and air defense array across the country. I'm going to tell you what. X is being really bad. I'm going to go to a source I always trust. And see what we got here. Okay, cool. They say at least 7+ airstrikes on Tehran in the past 10 minutes. And that it's from the US and Israel. So it looks like it's a joint strike here. Sabalan Square, Central Tehran. And this is all within, literally, all these tweets are within 7 minutes of each other. Airstrikes against Qom, Central Iran, Central Tehran. Oh.
Is that different or a different angle?
Video. This is a different video of another US base being hit from 15 minutes ago. Breaking visual confirmation shows an Iranian missile making a direct impact on a US base in Bahrain. Bahraini Shiites can be heard cheering in the background. This is from 15 minutes ago.
Dang. Is there no sound?
That's the one that we saw.
I was going to say it looks kind of similar from a different angle.
It looks like the ones we saw where the interceptors missed. I don't remember going straight down, though. It didn't seem like it went straight down. It seemed like when the interceptor missed and the one we watched, it came at a much harsher angle from the side.
Well, but he could be under it. You know what I mean? Or like in front of it.
I see what you're saying. I see it's coming towards him. The guys were recording over here from behind it. Okay. That makes sense. Good call. Interesting. Okay, so that is recent. That was happening here. Here's more video footage of this. That's like a distant angle, but this is a photo. This is Iranian drone struck the Bahrain airport, according to Bahrain's Ministry of Interior. And for those who might not be too familiar, Bahrain is a country. We did get a super chat in here, and I apologize if I missed anybody's super chat. I've been my eyes have been all over the place. Tuxedo Mask says every accusation is a confession, but we do appreciate it greatly. And Middle East Spectator has the pro-Iran coverage. Let's go. I want the pro-Iran coverage. Get this out of here, dude. I don't want U.S. coverage. Or maybe they don't exist on YouTube, do they? I might have to go off. Oh, okay. I thought this was something different. But regardless, let me find their X account. This is I think I follow them, do I not? Okay, let's look at the other side. So like Hal said, this is going to be from a pro-Iranian perspective. That's hilarious. Wait a minute, what? So they've not posted since then? Okay, maybe it's only Telegram. I guess Telegram only. Do I need to open Telegram desktop? Am I covering the window? Dang it. This is going to be annoying to do. Let me... Okay. Word. Thank you, House. It might be a better link.
Who's Eric Doherty? I feel like I know that guy.
Eric Doherty. He's like one of the, he's very similar to like Colin Rugg, like an ex-journalist.
Okay, that's, okay, yeah, because, okay. Yeah, because he's saying they already killed the Ayatollah. There will be no prolonged war. That's what he's saying.
I can zoom this in. Sorry, say that again, Josh.
Just that Eric Doherty is he's saying that, oh, because we killed the Ayatollah, there will be no prolonged war. So it's just a decapitation strike, and now we're done.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This is some photos here of the protest. It says, despite ongoing and intense American-Israeli bombings, large amounts of Iranians have come out into the streets, many of them carrying Iranian flags or images of Ayatollah Khamenei, which is what? The opposite of what we've just been getting. Yeah, and I've seen Zero Proof he's dead too. I mean, it's going to be like the SEAL Team 6. Like we threw him in the ocean. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
We
flushed him down the toilet, according to Patrice O'Neill.
Yeah, right.
You take modern day Hitler and you just flush him like someone's goldfish.
The Arab. Forgive me. Arab announces the death of Ayatollah Khamenei's daughter, son-in-law, and grandchild in the United States. Or in the U.S. Israeli strikes. Forgive me, that's a really bad pause. This is more of the drone footage we see against the U.S. base in Bahrain. However, it looks like this video is near the airport. This one was on the base. The Spectator writes, I think Bahrain has become Iran's Kiryat Shmona. They seem to have some kind of personal issue with the place. That's funny. Visual confirmation of the Shaheed 136 strike at Bahrain airport. Let's take a look.
على برص بوابة 11 مطار هنا الله يستر تو الحين
Okay.
ضربة كانت في المطار تو ضاربين المطار الحين فريش.
Okay. Kind of hard to make out there, but a smoke plume right here. I'm not really sure what they're trying to show there. Whoa. This is interesting. Since the beginning of the war, Jordan has not closed its airspace even once, and flights continue to land and depart. That's interesting. Although I guess I guess they are directly to the east of Israel, so if anything's getting sent from there, that's kind of the point, right? Wouldn't everything from Iran it would be coming directly across their airspace? Jordan sits in between Israel and Iran. That's interesting.
They're bold.
Yeah. Let me check it. Is Zeb going to tell us 20 more minutes?
Yes.
Probably.
Haven't you learned by now?
Oh, I've learned. That's fine. How I learned. An impact in Beit Shemesh. This is the one we've seen. No, maybe not. Interceptor failed again.
Wow.
You said it takes 2 years to make those things?
Yeah, so this came from, let's see where we at. I have one of these older outlines. Let me grab this from when I had it, when I did it. Would have been 145. Yeah, Jordan's used to it at this point. And I think
we don't take our chances.
Thank you, we appreciate it. And what do you mean? Server error. That doesn't make any sense. It's down here. It's kind of rough. I remember exactly where spots are in articles. My eyeballs are never going to forgive me. There it is right here. It's right here, I believe. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's up early in the article. Forgive me. So right here, because of their complexity and production constraints, it can take 2 years or more to produce each replacement missile, said Mackenzie Eagland, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. She said there's no quick fix to this problem. And this is coming from the broader report from Dan Kane, who's the top military advisor to the Trump administration, the Pentagon's top general. And it was on the two-part concerns, like their concerns of what we would be dealing with, what would be the things to pay attention to that would weaken or complicate the strike. And that was what they were listing off, was the munitions and our lack of ability to keep them coming, and also no allies in the space, pointing to the fact of the airspace of the Arab countries. And also I think there's a couple other smaller points they made in there.
There's a simple solution to all this. Don't worry about the Patriot. Don't worry about these interceptor missiles. Just whatever material they use to build the 9/11 hijackers' wallets, just make everything out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what is that? The Nokia phones, right? Just launch Nokia phones at like 1,000 miles an hour, dude. What more damage do you need to be happening? This is interesting because it's the opposite again. This says, and this is from Middle East Spectator again, pro-Iranian coverage here. But it says Iranians in Tehran, Sava, and Shiraz gathered to support their nation against the United States and Israel. Hold on. How loud is that? Is that loud for you?
A little bit.
Okay, let me pull this down some. So it's going to be louder for you, but I want it to not be loud for the crowd. Okay, we kind of get the gist. But I think the point here is to say, like, there's clearly conflicting reports. Everyone's saying everyone's wrong. The fog of war. This is just what we're used to. Go ahead.
We're not going to get anything meaningfully true tonight. I mean, Ayatollah's dead, he's alive. Trump's dead, he's alive. Netanyahu's dead, he's alive. They love it, they hate it. It's anyone's guess.
Right. I guess I'm just kind of keeping an eye on anything. Looks like Zeb's just got here as well. Keeping my eye
Zeb,
on. Go ahead.
And your mic's not on, by the way. You'll have to pot it up. Sorry, I was talking to him.
You're fine. This is okay. So AF Post finally came out with the Bahrain tweet here. So we do have it from a U.S. source now. And it's from AF Post again. Ongoing strikes are targeting the United States naval support base in Bahrain as locals are heard cheering. So confirmation there. Interesting. Breaking: Al Qaeda is siding with Israel against Iran. TTP's top Shura commander, Qari Khalid, aka Ashna, released a video message from Afghanistan declaring support for Israel against Iran. This is from Syrian Girl, who I know she's covering these Middle Eastern stuff, but we're not going to be able to understand what he's saying. Interesting. Oh, here we go. John Kirkham. He says he thinks Iran is in this to the death.
I think they're in it to the death.
That's what I think too. I think this is like Iraq. It's it's really bad. Look, in terms of Trump's popularity, John, this is only going to hurt for one big reason. There's been no run up to this war. Right? There's been no lube before he stuck it in, which is part of the reason that he snuck it in on a Friday night news dump. I mean, the American people have not been told that Iran threatens them, has WMDs, is going to kill them or their friends or anything like that. I mean, there's been no prep at all. So this isn't at all like the Bush administration started scheming on 9/12 for an invasion that came a year and a half later against.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, gross. I don't know. Total aside, but I hate when ugly old men make like sexual innuendos. Very unsettling.
Right. Isn't it just crass? But look who joined us.
Yeah.
Look who joined us.
Whoa!
Damn, dude. That Bigfoot, dude. Cryptid hunting?
Ayatollah.
That's AI.
We're with you.
I can fix it for you. 1 second.
Hold on.
I'm just going to keep moving you out of frame. You're going to keep adjusting it. I'll just keep moving you out of frame.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Don't judge me, dude. I have not gotten ready yet all day. It's Saturday. We were with the family. Trump said, "Nah, we bombing Iran today." Here's what it is. I knew it was coming. I didn't think it would happen that fast, though.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let me
Yeah, well, lay it on us because you haven't not given any of your thoughts yet.
I've given all my thoughts on my lives. Let me see if I can back this window out some.
No, I haven't heard you talk about Iran at all. Ever.
Really?
No, I'm just messing.
I talk about it every day.
Just your general reaction right now. What's going
on?
Dude,
if I had to boil all my thoughts down, dude, USA, USA. You know what I mean? I mean, just kidding, obviously. But
that's funny.
Is it not like extremely transparent what's happening here? I don't know how much analysis needs to go into it, but that's kind of where we're at.
No, I agree. It's everybody's kind of reading into it. It's telegraphed. And I think that's where most people kind of are, like they're resigned to this happening. But now the question is what's next? And what's your kind of timeline on how long you think you expect us to be here?
Iran? I guess I don't know entirely what the goal is, right? If we're looking at regime change, I mean, it shouldn't take long, but I don't think regime change is the goal, right? This isn't Syria, Libya. This is Iraq, Afghanistan, and so this is Saudi Arabia, right? This is Greater Israel. Now, that being said, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less than 5-6 years. Right. I don't think regime change is the goal. The goal is to essentially destroy everything, destroy it so that they can move in, just like they have Gaza, copy paste, Iraq, Afghanistan. Right. We went in, we destroyed everything, and then we removed all the people that we didn't want there, or at least the ones that were relatively competent enough so that they can then be replaced pretty soon, all at one time here. I don't know, in the next 15 years or so. I mean, that's what I see it as. That's what they see it as. That's what they write it out as. It's I mean, it's all given to us on a silver platter at a point.
Well, hold on, Zeb. I want to get some clarity on what you mean by that. Like, so obviously, what's going on in Gaza?
Hold on, you're echoing really bad.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
It's probably my mic. Here, let me mute while Josh talks.
Okay, so essentially, the Israelis are destroying Gaza, but Gaza is a small city. Are you saying that like they're gonna wipe out the Iran population? I mean, I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm not sure exactly what you mean in that case. Like, because I get regime change. Like, I don't think you can kill. What's a country of 9 million people? You can't just like kill them all. I mean, they would want to, but they just can't. And I think. Nick's brought this up. He thinks they're going to break it up into at least 3 different, basically sub-governments. One of which being the Kurds, which are the Kurdistans. You know, the Kurds are Israelis' puppets. That's who the whole the protesters. That's who that was. It was the Kurds.
Yeah, right. No, the protesters were not Iranian, right? But the protesters were anti-Iranian. That's why they were protesting. Yeah, I mean, 3, 5, 18. It really doesn't matter at this point. The point is to destroy what cohesiveness they have, and I say regime change. I guess when I toss that out, I just mean replace whoever is out there. I don't think that's going to happen. I think. They're going to put a little bit more time into it, right? I guess the comparison to Gaza was more so along the lines of resettlement than anything, or more along the lines of like a conquest than anything. It's not a copy paste, which is why I applied, the Iraq Afghanistan to it also, right? This is we went Iraq Afghanistan, we went house to house, street to street, right? We went in, it was guerrilla warfare. Do we have boots on the ground? I don't know. What we'll probably have will be more akin to what we did in Libya, Syria, where we use nationalist forces, local forces, and then supplemented that through weaponization, right? Through bombs, whatever you want to call them, tomahawks, or like we were using the 5-inch gun we were tracking all of their movements, all of the locals' movements, the local national army movements, the Libyan National Army, along with a couple of others. And they essentially surrounded whatever area they were trying to take. We would bomb it. They would push in. We would bomb it. They would push in. We would bomb it. They would push in. So there was no real loss of life on their end. And I wouldn't doubt us working with those types of groups, the Kurds, for instance, to the point that they are already using Israeli weapons, right? Both sides are, and this has been reported on both ends. So I guess that's what I mean when I say that. Let me grab this. Hold on.
No, you're fine.
Go ahead. Y'all talk.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, I guess more so the question is like the regime change. The idea of what the regime change would look like here would be this kind of the totality of it. If the concept again is this idea that no matter what you do to the Iranian regime, no matter who's the Ayatollah, they're willing to step up and put someone else there, like, and not back down. It's more of an ideology. I think that does spell this idea of like annihilation of some point, right? Annihilating completely. And I think that's kind of seemingly the end goal. Seems to be what they're pushing for, is this kind of wiping out. Because I don't know how you get regime change without eliminating the IRGC, without expecting the IRGC to continue to push for their ability to continue, to dominate the region. Like how deep do you have to go to actually get a true installation of a regime change, I guess?
What's the question in particular? I gotta be quick, but go ahead. What's the specific question?
So like regime change for the IRGC, right? The idea what seems to be that they are extremely ideologically aligned. And it doesn't matter you took out the Ayatollah, it's that the next guy from the IRGC is willing to step in. So like that kind of already implies that we have to completely annihilate the IRGC, right? We have to wipe out the regime. And so to me, that what does that look like?
I guess you're asking what would be the difference between regime change, like actual regime change, and erasing them entirely to start with?
Well, I guess the bigger question is, do you think the proxy forces can do something like that? Do you think that there'd be enough, whether we could do it the same way with Libya without getting a lot more hands-on?
No, I don't think so. I do think we're going to have boots on the ground to some extent. Maybe not like we did back or after 9/11, but I do think some type of boots on the ground is coming. I mean, Donald Trump essentially said that, yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice American lives to do whatever we need to in Iran. I mean that was the most blatant anti-American thing I've heard in a very, very long time, maybe ever. And so that's kind of what we're dealing with. I don't know. I guess to answer your question more directly, I guess that's assuming that they aren't already working inside of the IRGC. We assume that they have some type of spies inside any and all governments across the world. I don't think that's a stretch. And so the question is, how high up? I mean, do we need to kill 5? Do we need to kill 6? Do we need to kill 12? I mean, at some point, they're just going to install their guy, right? That's what happened in Venezuela. We took one dude. Now it's ours. That's what's going to happen in Cuba, a friendly takeover, right? This is what's coming. It's not a matter of like when. The question is how much damage needs to be done before they kind of just allow it to happen.
I get that. And go ahead, Josh.
I want to meet yourself, Zeb. So, Zeb, do you think that maybe it won't be as bad as we are making it out to be in terms of, I mean, there's going to be American casualties. This is another forever war. It's bad, but like, is maybe our, and by our, I mean like Nav, like your average kind of JQ pilled person, is our initial assessment of it maybe not as bad as it could be?
I was kind of in and out. I don't know your positioning. I would say that, I got to make this quick. I would say that probably a lot of us are black-pilled more so than we should be. That being said, I mean, the might of the American military to like do things from a distance is like we can do that with no issue. I mean, really at the end of the day, we could do anything and everything we want to without having boots on the ground. The question is, are they willing to tank the polls the rest of the way from 28% down to 13%? For the fuck of it, right? It's kind of the question. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even doubt it. So,
yeah.
I think the damage on the American end isn't gonna be that bad personnel wise. The question really is gonna boil down to how bad of a false flag are we gonna get. I don't even think it's a question of are we gonna get a false flag. It's how bad is it gonna be.
Yeah, but what will the scale be? Will there be a USS carrier being broadcasted 24/7 to having some kind of damage?
Yeah.
Will it be some important person? But to go back to your earlier point about the sabotage, the infiltration.
I got like 2 seconds. Go for it.
If you got to go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. Spit it out.
So the point would be, no, it's a little long-winded. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. I might be back here in a little bit.
Word.
Thank you.
Yeah, brother. And peace out, man. We'll see you soon. The point I was going to make was going off of what he had said. Was this is kind of the idea they were pushing in the 12-Day War, which was that they were infiltrating, that they had massage agents throughout the regime, and that when they were doing the decapitation strikes, the idea was that these installations of these different individuals was going to be, they're getting up to the second in command. It's like now they're moving up the ranks because they're taking out all the top dogs. So I guess my answer to that would be, like, I would not believe that unless we saw signs of sabotage after the fog of war lifts, right? Because I'm kind of thinking in the same vein of, if you're there for a spy, right? You're there to sabotage. You're there to be an installation. But this occurs again, and we don't see any kind of clear signs of sabotage. But there's no word of them catching spies. I would begin to kind of I'd be like, where's the evidence of this concept then? Like, where are all these Mossad agents, right? If we don't see the sabotage actually happening verbatim in the wartime, and then they're also not cleaning house from the Ayatollah and cleaning up the regime. Maybe again, then who knows? Or if they're going to be even reporting on if they're finding out there are moles inside the organization.
And on that point, this is something that is very frustrating to me about our movement is the lack of imagination. And because whenever the tables turn, Jewish people adapt. While as the conspiracy theorists, they kind of remain stagnant. And a perfect example of this is Alex Jones. You know what I mean? And I love Alex, but he kind of has the same viewpoints as he did back in 2001. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like he correctly predicted that it was Israel, even maybe not so to the extent that it was straight up like Netanyahu who did it. But like it never gets away from the Illuminati, if you catch what I'm saying. And so my point is that like, how will the nature of what we're doing right now, the discourse even about the JQ, how will that change going forward? Now, obviously, there is the effort to just cover it up, to just like talk over it. You know what I mean? The Ellisons buying every movie studio, TikTok, literally just recontrolling all of the media. I guess that paired with what Zeb said about the military might, what can we, what do we kind of predict will happen? I guess my question is, how can this be spun to our favor other than the obvious of Jews are getting us into another war?
Right. And an update on what I just said last too. Housewith says Iran has arrested over 700 individuals accused of spying for Israel in the past 12 days, according to Iranian state media and the IRGC affiliated Fars news agency, I should say. Think of the update on that. And yeah, was the kind of the reason I bring it up too is because the contested story early on with the Iranian school, and I think the contention was that it was a misfire. But was it a misfire, or was it one of these Mossad operatives who like is inputting like the wrong coordinates? He's like intentionally like sabotaging them and things of that nature too. So the point was, I'd like to see a bit more of that in action. The intelligence stuff I understand, but also from there, I guess maybe the point that maybe Zeb wasn't understanding. I have a disbelief that we'll be able to take over Iran using the same techniques we used to dissuade Libya and Syria and similar. And for parts, I mean, when you look at just Syria, I mean, Syria had already been incredibly destabilized for a hot minute. So I think to compare the nation of Iran to Syria, and also you got to think too, the Iranian proxy forces also exist as well too. You know, you have Hezbollah, and there's a couple others that I can't remember that off the top of my head too. So I just find it to be like this idea that we're going to just like tomahawk strike, and it's like you see it in the New York Post, and that's like kind of all that it is. I don't think that's going to be the way that it plays out. I think that the United States is going to have to be a lot more involved, and it will look, I mean, I think it will be exactly what he said. It's going to burn the approval rating of the current administration, like until they solve it. And so I guess from there, my idea is more so like, I think this will completely kind of annihilate the idea of ever doing any kind of operation like this again.
Exactly. And I think to hearken on Zeb's point, to his credit, I think he's right when he talks about how we tend to, you know, like America is so divided, we tend to bash our own side so much. And by we, I don't mean us, but like but through that, we underestimate the military might of our own military. And I think Zeb's right about that. But to me, that's not the point. And I'm sure he agrees with me on this, which is, it's not that we can't take out Iran. It's what will come of the chaos ensuing. What is China? I think Nick even brought this up the other day. What if China just went for Taiwan right now because our whole military is tied up in the Middle East?
Right.
And even us, we talked about how Ukraine is posting fake stories to basically capitalize on the chaos, trying to make it sound like Russia is surrendering. It's not really so much can we beat Iran, is the war with Iran going to beat us?
Right. Yeah, and I do think there's that element too of what he talks about, the false flag. Forgive me, I think I'm losing my voice. Which is like, what will the scale be? Like, what is the scope here? And I think part of that does entail like the big enough scope. Would that not begin to reinforce an idea of like nuking, or a tactical nuke enters the equation? If the false flag is on a scale that's so insane, right? If it is something like a USS carrier being struck heavily, like, 2,000 US casualties, I don't want any of that to happen. But if that's what's being seen, shown, and reported, you may get people who immediately switch sides and are like, oh, we can't let that happen. Yeah, use the nukes, drop it, right? Kind of on the panic of the public sentiment of the people who might not have, the strongest grasp of what's going on. I also didn't even realize we had been going this live for this long.
You're right.
I think so. Should be fine. But Nick did start streaming, I do believe. I think I got the notification for that a little bit ago.
I have it pulled up. He is not live.
Not live yet? Okay, that's what I thought.
The, what do you call it? The
pre-show. Yeah, the intro, whatever you want to say.
The intro, yeah.
Yeah, right. And no, it's kind of wild. I look down, I'm like, we're almost at 4 hours. It's kind of flew by.
Dude, we are?
Yeah. 3 hours and 43 minutes. Yeah.
I was gonna say this was a good show.
Yeah.
We the riffing was good. We got John on. Zeb was only on for 2 minutes. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, right. but it was good. It was good.
I feel bad because I'd reached out to that girl Casey earlier because she had responded to me putting a message in, And now I feel bad because if she would have
Who's that?
responded and said, "Hey, let me in," I wouldn't have seen it. So if that girl Casey is listening or she's out there right now, I apologize. I didn't have Discord anywhere close to to being open in my phone.
Who's that girl, Casey?
She's a Nick Clipper on YouTube.
Oh, is she the black lady?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just forgot her name. Yeah, okay, I know her.
Yeah, she runs Bring the Asteroid News, and that girl Casey, and she might have another channel that she has too, but I think Bring the Asteroid News is where she's been posting to more often. She was having better success on that one. I don't know if that's still true today, but yeah, I interviewed her, I think, either after Prosopa Insights or before Prosopa Insights, when I did a series of interviews all in a row. You guys being one of the first ones too.
Yeah, I remember those days. I remember I was watching all your interviews. It was Dark Cell. It was that girl Casey, Prosopa Insights, and I think there was another one.
Yeah. There's a bunch. Tyler Russell was in there somewhere. Donnie was in there somewhere.
1989, I believe.
Yeah, 1984 was in there.
And Pine Sap. How could I forget?
Yes, Pine Sap. How could I forget Pine Sap? I was gonna say that there's definitely bigger names in there that I can't think of.
Yeah. That one was one of my favorites because the undercover Goy stunt had just happened. And of course, me being a Nick fan, I knew who Pine Sap was.
Yeah.
And you were like, I loved how you were like, oh, you haven't heard about this? You know, like he should know who I am or what we were doing.
This is the top event in Groyper Sphere, right? This is like number one.
Heck yeah. That's
news item.
That's Nav lore right there.
Yeah, that is true. We need I'm glad I remembered to put the logo in the top left too. Yes, this is an NAV stream, by the way. And
This is not Groyper Report.
I guess I've not seen any more major updates. I mean, it's kind of hard to I have like 20 screens around me. But I know, is Zeb back? No, he's leaving again.
I think he's back.
I think he's back. He's back. Wow. Look at this.
Pumped his kids full of tranquilizers so he could come back out here.
Yeah. Nyko, you're still muted, by the way.
All right, there we go. Fixed it.
Perfect.
No, I had to. We got two kids, and one was sleeping, the other one was screaming. So I had to go fix that situation.
Yeah. Set the chain cycle. They start waking each other up.
Yeah. Yep. You know all about it, dude. All right, back to wherever we were, what we were talking about. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really caught up on all of it today, but
same.
Yeah, just a general. I am from yesterday. Obviously, I know I've seen a little bit about.
Right.
We killed Ayatollah. Oh no, we didn't. Oh.
It's the fog of war goes to Kiev, where that's the phase we're in right now. Probably a bunch of crazy claims, and then none of it will be true. It's also the one about the casualty count is kind of curious too, because Iran's saying they did, and we're saying that we didn't suffer any. And I'm sure we probably would have seen some person with a TikTok saying, "Hey, my brother," or whatever. So if it was true on the U.S. side, I would imagine we would have already seen a bit more corroboration from that, like on the independent media.
They're saying they killed Americans
in Beirut. But the U.S. denied it, so we denied it, and Iran said it's around 200. That's kind of a big difference. 0 to 200.
Yeah, anything beyond 0 is a big difference. Because I mean, as soon as we start losing American lives, I think a lot of stuff changes. Maybe not changes, but it gets amplified, on both sides. And then we have a argument against the boomer more than sleeper cells in America or whatever stupid argument they're going to start making tomorrow or Monday.
Right. Yeah. What do you think the boomer cope will be?
I'm giving out free Coca-Colas to the boomer. So, what is the boomer cope? I mean, dude,
gotta bless
Israel was our greatest ally, dude. And they'll pull the plug on us if we don't defend them.
Say the line. Say the line.
I'll tell you what it's going to be, Zeb. We're already seeing it on Twitter.
Yeah.
No. Iran in the 70s, they want this. That's what it is.
Iran in the 70s, they wanted this.
We're getting back to the 70s when they were civilized, when they could walk around with cleavage and stuff like
Iran
that.
Great again.
See this, make Iran great again. That's what it's going to be. I promise you.
Right.
Well, that's what MAGA stands for. That's what I was told. MAGA stands for Make Iran Great Again.
Yeah, we're gonna bring so many OnlyFans accounts to the network. Like, who wouldn't enjoy that? The code
Yeah,
from
dude. I
people
mean,
like,
why not? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we increase the degeneracy as much as we can? I mean, all you got to do is route it through the Israeli servers. That's why they want to take over Iran.
Right. We got tag teams in Israel.
I mean, how else is Israel going to make money, dude, if it's not through degeneracy?
Yeah, I mean, part of it, right? You need the denigration aspect.
And immoral acquisition. That's what I'm going to start calling it. Immoral acquisition.
Immoral acquisition. Just with pretty
Theft
colors.
of the U.S. tax.
Pretty colors and a good slogan. We're good. We got them, boys. What if we just changed Make America Great Again to Make Iran Great Again? Sold, dude. Sold. And the crazy part.
Yep.
Well, the video that you sent in there earlier, or no, it was the one with was it the one that you had sent in there about the JD Vance?
Takes you Charlie Kirk. JD Vance talking about Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Just like it's shameless, man. But it's that stuff to me that it's going to be on replay in 2027 and 2028.
As it should be.
But that makes me think, like, what chance does the GOP have in 28? I would move to say like 0.
We got to get out of 26 first. I don't even know, dude. I don't think the GOP is going to last beyond the midterms. To be honest with you, I mean, Donald Trump just like yesterday was floating again, talking about running for a third term. Right. I mean, the guy's not even going to make it through this one. What are we even talking about, dude? He says I'm eligible, talking about a third term. It's like,
yeah, we're going to play that game.
Let's not. No, actually. Yeah, I do want you to run a third term. Let's look at those poll numbers in 28 if you want to take it. Run it back, and then we'll find out what the American people actually want.
And I'm pretty sure I caught a story yesterday too that was maybe from the WAPO or from the New York Times, but it was this idea that Trump is willing, he's expressed willingness to take control of election systems. That was like the headline I saw floating around yesterday. Let me see if I can find it.
I saw something a couple days ago on election system. I'm briefly scrolled over it because I've just given up completely on any type of election reform. I mean, you harp on it for like 6 years, right? You talk about it for like 5 or 6 years. That's like top 5 campaign issues, along with mass deportations, which we're not getting, along with no more new wars, which we obviously aren't getting. And so it's not that we're not getting campaign promises fulfilled. It's like it's literally the opposite. It's everything that we're campaigning against. Like if we just weren't getting campaign promises, like that would be something.
Right,
but it's worse the 180. We're getting literally everything else.
Right.
So
I know, I agree. I don't know what after 2026 looks like. I brought up to John earlier, who's a bit more on the Trump train, and but the point is you start campaigning in 27, if not before that. So and the longer this kind of plays out, the longer this entire, however long the regime change plays out, and CNN's got plenty of fodder to put on repeat. I mean, at this point, Rubio, Miller, Hegseth, all of them, try again in 2032. Let the American people forget for 4 years, maybe. And maybe you can try again then. Because I just think
we both know that Donald Trump's, his bread and butter is campaigning. So,
right.
Maybe we should get him back into campaigning, and then we'll have a little bit less action. I mean, less is more at this point, to be honest with you. I mean, unless you're a retard acceleration. I mean, the accelerationists that advocated for voting for Kamala Harris maybe needs to rethink their positioning, because, the damage done by the Trump administration right now, I don't think Kamala could have topped it, dude. I mean, if we're looking at damage done, if we're looking at moving the needle in the direction of revolution or whatever, I mean, Kamala couldn't have done it. I mean, Donald Trump is obviously a better president when it comes to that.
Right.
So,
would you even think that we would even be entertaining the Iranian war with Kamala?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
You think?
For sure. Yeah. Nothing was going to stop that one. Nothing. It was like I was on the stream. What yesterday was it? Friday? Yeah, yesterday. Just talking about basically the entire premise is world affairs is completely controlled by 0.2% of the population. Supposedly, I don't even grant them that premise. But even if I do, like they control all global affairs. It doesn't matter who's president. But I was looking at something earlier. I think it was a tweet. Maybe it was something else. But it's the cycle. It's the cycle of Democrats let in millions of illegals. Republicans start wars. Democrats let in illegals. Republicans start wars, and it's just a cycle that continues. And that's to say that maybe to give you a little grace, and maybe Kamala wouldn't have started Iran or gone in Iran. I think it would have been inevitable, but let's just say she doesn't. She then still just lets in tons of illegals, but that's also assuming that the voting matters, which I can't grant either. So
yeah, I get that. Yeah, I guess these are the cards that we're dealt with, and this seems to be surmising pretty much if you wanted to put America first as broad as you would conclude somebody like Candace Owens, going all far to like Thomas Massey, and then include what we know as like the dissident right. I think all of us feel like we're in the passenger seat. And it's the idea of how do we get out of the passenger seat? How do I have any control over the scenery I'm seeing outside the window?
Absolutely. Did you see that? It was like a 3-minute video from Tim Burchett just talking about we just need to start hanging people.
No.
Really? You didn't see that one? Here, let me send it to you.
I'm down.
Play this one, dude. He was like, yeah, well, I'm tired. We just need to start hanging these people. We're hanging these people.
Was it in response to like Epstein or something?
Based? Yeah, I'm about to text it to you. Can you pull it up?
Yeah.
If you can, put it in the
if you text it to me, yeah. Let me just put this on the outline.
But yeah, I sent I text the merch guy. I told him, I said, I need Massey's face on one side, Tim Burchett on the other side, and we need a phrase that said, name them and hang them.
That's funny. Let's take a look at this.
Somebody said, Zeb looks like me at 3 a.m. Dog, it's 3 a.m. over here. I'm old.
That's right. What is it? What time is it? 8:30? Yeah, 3 a.m. Yeah, 3 a.m. for
It's bedtime, dog.
That's funny.
Hey, everybody. Tim Burchett. I woke up this morning thinking about some stuff.
No audio here, Atlas.
This stuff kind of makes me angry. I hear people saying,
you got to know?
They're trafficking. Well, we got to get that straight. They're pimps. And when they say trafficking young kids across state lines for sex with adults, no, they're not. They're selling these kids to get raped. I think we try to sanitize stuff. In Hollywood, shows the pimp and dressed in the fine clothes and the nice car and, talking tough and all that. And that's all these people are. They're awful, awful, demonic people. And they deserve to burn in hell. And people say, oh, Burchett, you don't want to hang those people. The hell I don't. Bring them out to the farm. We'll take care of them. And I am not kidding you. We've got to start taking this stuff serious in this country, folks. And, the way the left and I guess we all are guilty of it. We try to sanitize it so it doesn't affect our psyche or our conscience. But this stuff's going on right now. It's going on in your community. It's going on in my community. We need to pay attention. And we need to start enforcing our dadgum laws and quit electing these gutless wimps and putting these judges in that let these people walk, and quit with all the being able to to get out of these things and they get probation and all this other stuff, all they're going to do is offend again. And the people that are buying these kids to rape are just as guilty or worse than the others. End them all. That's what we've got to do. There's nothing redeemable about these people. Anyway, folks, pray for our country. Pray for all those little kids out there that are lost in this horrible system. We lost over 300,000 during the Biden administration. Thank God for President Trump and Homan. They found, I think, 145,000 of them so far. And that's not in the press. Should be. Shame on the media. Anyway, pray for our country. Thank y'all for sending me here.
Based. You see that meme
I like
of, I think it's Jack Nicholson, where he's like, yeah, it's just like nodding and like getting giddy. It's like, yeah, that's most people's reactions to this. Why don't we? Why don't we do that, Zeb? What is stopping us from doing that?
Well, I mean, for everything that he said, you know, I mean, he ended it on the back end. You know, a lot of these guys are still compromised across the board. Like, they have the morals. They just have I don't even know if I want to call it a misunderstanding of like the situation that's going on, but you know, the dynamics of power are definitely spiritual. And I think a lot of them don't take it that high, right? They stop it, you know, wherever the president is the most powerful person in the world, which is just obviously not true. Even beyond that, it's, we can't even name them, right? As Thomas Massey has been flirting with this idea of, oh, I'm gonna name him, and yeah. What's it been, 3 weeks? Like do it, dude. Like, stop being a faggot about it. And you know, you have those two combinations of this idea of just flirting with whatever is going on and never actually doing anything. That's what we're dealing with. I mean, I can say I'm a hang people all the time, and I do. I got a noose right there. I'm not going to pull up on stream today, but I mean, rope's reusable, right? I mean, this is easy. We don't even have to spend money on ammo, dog. And so,
right.
Right. I don't know. It's we've lost our. I would say it seems barbaric, but I would say we've lost our civility. I think a civilized nation understands capital punishment correctly. I think a civilized nation understands the enforcement of morality, or the legislation against immorality, rather, correctly, and a barbaric nation doesn't. And that's the large separation across the board with those civilizations. And we are headed towards that barbarism.
And I guess the question is, right, I look at the same things too, and I see like a failure, like a moral failing of the way that men kind of perceive these things, the way that they kind of decide what should be good and what's bad. And again, obviously removed from Christianity makes it all the times worse. Anything removed from that is meaningless. So it's kind of like this kind of speaks to two things, right? And it kind of goes back to these two arguments. Is it better then to win the ideological battle and get men to start agreeing and seeing your perspective and going like, no, the rope is necessary. Here's why. Or do you claim power without winning people over and you just get it done anyways and just worry about the aftermath after that? Or, you know, do the ends justify the means?
Yeah, I'm down for however we can achieve power, period. I don't think convincing a bunch of retards that it's okay to do what is necessary is a prereq for winning.
And
that's assuming you can convince the retards.
Careful, Zeb. You're starting to sound like a gay Mexican federal agent.
Dude, hey man, y'all think I hate Nick. I don't hate Nick. It's like I've never said Nick is wrong on much. I mean, there's a ton of crossover. I just think that he's compromised. Is that much of a leap? I don't think so. I mean, obviously, and I said this the other day. I think I said this on stream with Atlas. Maybe it was just yesterday. But I mean, I disagree with him on his accelerationist positioning. I disagree with him on the civic nationalist point. I mean, beyond that, I mean, there's almost not entire alignment, but there is a lot there.
Yeah. Well, isn't that saying something, right? No, I'm aligned with this guy, but I think he's compromised. I think Zeb might be the Fed here, actually. That's the
Well,
crossover.
it's the idea of limited hangout. I'll give you all the answers you want, except be a civic nationalist. Like I'll give you all the correct answers except be an accelerationist. Just allow a couple million more illegals in here every year. You know.
This is
But
this
Jews
is kinda,
bad though. Jews bad.
This that kind of goes to the breaking. Okay, thank you, Ash. Iran has announced the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So he's gone.
Nice. Somebody asked about Schaefer. I don't mean to change. I'm assuming we're done with that.
No, go ahead.
A Schaefer stream last night. Was that Elijah Schaefer stream last night? Somebody asked about that in chat.
Did they? I have no idea. I didn't see that. I know he's been attacking. Him and Milo have been having their own World War III. Like in each
I think
other's
they're gay
replies
for
and
each other, to be
comments.
honest with you.
But I don't know. JR has a super chat. He says, end of the day, minus the trans stuff, this is no different than Biden. Unlimited H-1Bs and foreigners, Ukraine war, high prices, data centers, etc. And this is kind of the whole idea of like, it doesn't matter who the president is. The top does what the top wants to do. Two wings of the same bird. And appreciate you
I would add.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that the floating of Ted Cruz going to the Supreme Court. I mean, Ted Cruz said just yesterday that legal immigration good, illegal bad, and so you get Ted Cruz in the Supreme Court, and then we start working on a birthright citizenship issue. It's like, which way is he going to vote? Oh, it's such a shock. It's going to be such a shocker when he maintains all of his positioning that is anti-American as a Canadian.
Yeah. And I think they already floated that I think it's Alito. Alito may potentially retire before Trump's term is over.
Really?
It's either Alito or Gore. One of the two. One of the two. I think they floated that idea out there. At least I saw the report. I don't know how true that is or where they got the information from, or if he said personally, like if he might be at the end of his rope. But the other super chat says, he wants to set up a fertilizer stand, and I believe that's in reference to what Tim Burchett said. So it sounds about right. It used to be useful for something, right? And this is and this is the first day. Jenny Kate says Elijah's stream was wild, dude. It was on Rumble. Interesting. I have to go check that out. I didn't see anything of that. Was he just like, is he standing over his marriage? And like, this is, dude, you see some of the tweets that he had coming out of this too?
Dude, Elijah was like, oh, dude, his tweets, bro. Oh, man, dude.
Bro, the one
pull some of them up, dude. I'm going to pull some of them up because I just want to look at them.
Dude.
What a joke, dude. What a joke Elijah is. I mean, the dude is, and I've said this on stream before, and people got mad at me when I said this, but I said I just don't trust Elijah. He's great at funding. He's terrible at content. I don't know how he gets the funding. I don't know how he gets those numbers, but apparently he does. Also, Rumble numbers are garbage. He changed his name. What did he change his name to? Hold on, let me see if I can find this thing.
I have this one.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he changed it like 3 times. It was something like E-Monster.
Yeah, that's the one I saw. That's the one I saw. Where's I can't even search him up now, dude.
But like, look at this, dude.
Yeah. This one, dude. What's up with the posing? He did this not long, like maybe the immediately after Milo started posting about it. He was posting these pictures about R or something, and it's like, dude, that's gay. Caligula. Yeah, he changed his name to Caligula.
Yeah, right.
It was something else, something like E-Monster or something. I can't remember what it was, but
yeah, I think it was like Cookie Monster or something. I can't remember.
Go for it.
Do you remember, Zeb? He posted that he was looking for producers, and you were like, Josh, you should apply. And I was like, I don't know. I don't get a good vibe off Elijah. Vindicated. I'd be raped by now if it weren't for him. Or, well, never mind. Poor choice of words.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Dude, no, I reached out to Elijah really, really early on. We had like an interaction on Twitter, and
I remember that.
And He basically offered for me to come on his show after that exchange, because I basically mentioned that I'm just starting out. He basically offered basically a standing offer whenever, and I reached back out to him and said, I gave him a date or whatever, and he never responded back to me. And after that, I was like, yeah, this guy flakes pretty hard. And I tried to reach back out to him again, and then he never followed up. And so from that, it was like, there's nothing here.
Yeah,
but that's beyond his content itself, huh?
That's how my interaction went with Riley. I talked to him and was like, yeah, let's do this. Never got a response. So he did reach out to me with Cameron McGregor though. Like he didn't want to do something with me, but Cameron McGregor wanted to talk to me. I need to reach out to Cameron McGregor still to this day. He probably won't respond to me since I ignored him the first time, which I didn't mean to. I was just busy.
We oh, you were in the stream when we were watching Backlash yesterday.
Yeah.
Or Thursday.
And they broke up, yeah. Which a lot of people, I guess, still didn't know about. But I feel like it probably would have been obvious watching Dave Riley by himself.
What else y'all want to catch me up on Iran? I'm kind of interested in Elijah's stream.
Yeah, I can grab it. And this was what, him going through like allegations?
I got no idea. I got no idea, dude. He's trying to spin it as hard as he can. At least Sarah Stock just deleted.
Yeah, she's gone, dude. That was kind of crazy to me.
Good riddance.
Or is it on Rift? It's going to be on his page or Rift?
Who knows? Probably Rift. Somebody was DMing me, a couple of people that have removed their Rift badges on Twitter. So,
yeah. Kai did immediately. Kai Schwimmer.
Did he?
Yeah. This is the stream. It's like 2.5 hours long.
Just pick a spot.
Probably the very beginning when he comes on, I would imagine. Okay. All right, everybody. We're about to learn. This is educational. Class, sit down, shut up, and watch.
About 29 cents per page. It's the kind of budget we have here at Rift TV. Whatever we have left of it after.
Yeah, forgive me. It's a little loud on this side.
Oh, you're good. Well, that's why I felt like I was screaming.
Here we go.
About 29 cents per page. It's the kind of budget we have here at Rift TV, whatever we have left of it, after my brother-in-law, Eli James McGarvey, who wrote this dossier under the codename Francis Moon, and you can see it right there, Francis Moon at protonmail.ch, to someone that we're going to be introduced to called Milo Yiannopoulos. His email is m@milo.net, and that is not doxing. Those are publicly available emails.
Put together.
Now, the real question is
say that again.
So his brother-in-law put together the dossier that Milo published?
That seems to be what he's saying here.
Okay. Go ahead.
What did Elijah do? Why was I in the news? And why did you actually know about it? It's kind of weird that a washed-up podcaster's private divorce and the situation around it ended up on your front news page. It's really not that important of a story. It actually doesn't affect you in any way, but yet here we are having to make a response about it because it's a much bigger story, and you guys actually haven't really heard any part of it, and I'm going to clear the air. Before we get into this story, we have 3 parts to this video. Number 1, I'm going to give you a background on my divorce, not because I want to, not because I owe it to you, but just because I feel like I need to tell the truth here, because none of it has been truthful so far, and I'm not going to let my children grow up to have their dad's reputation smeared. I'm doing this for my kids, for them, not for you. Number 2, we're going to actually get into this dossier. It's actually quite juicy. In fact, the best way to treat blackmail, which this involves actual blackmail and extortion, criminally too, as well as criminal wiretapping, and even more invasions of privacy than you guys are privileged to know about. I'm going to release it to you guys because the best thing to do with blackmail is own it and share it yourself. Show my dick even. Yeah, because they actually do have a dick pic of me that they've said they do.
Pause it, dude. Listen, I am not like pro doxing people. But when it comes to this stuff, like Go for it, dude. Spill all of it. Like these people that are entirely fake. I'm over it, man.
Yeah.
Everyone, all of them. If the conservative movement has no voice by the time everyone gets exposed, I'm perfectly fine. If the only people left are Scott Pressler and Milo Yiannopoulos, like I don't care. Like the ones that are already out there gay. I wouldn't. I honest to God, I wouldn't care.
That sounds like the end. That sounds like the end. If all we have left is Scott Pressler and Milo Yiannopoulos, I think it's over.
Well, they're the only ones that are openly gay. Everybody else is just closeted faggots.
True. They're just hiding theirs.
That's why. And number 3, we're going to talk about the connection to the Eighth Front War. Genuinely, how this connects to the FBI, and we're not capping on this one. Like it is self-admitted in this dossier that they are working. We're not Milo
capping on this
Eli
one.
are working with the FBI, and it's not the first time they've done so. Essentially, my divorce, which really had no public interest, became just another exploitation that these bad faith actors used in order to blow up my life. Now, one thing that I want to say that's important before we start about this.
All right, stop it again. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do this the entire time. He keeps saying my divorce. That's not the issue. The divorce isn't the issue, faggot. Right. The divorce isn't the issue is you cheating on your wife, which led to the divorce. Let's not talk about the divorce. We talking about divorce? No, we talking about this ain't adultery. This divorce. It's like no.
Yeah. This is and it's like multifaceted too, right? I think there's an element of the fact of like, I think he was like battling alcoholism. That was like widely known. I think even people who were inside and close to his community knew he was dealing with that. He was trying to recover, and Todd, does it get so much worse, bro? Oh, that sounds awful. We do have another super chat.
All right, well, let it go. I ain't got 2 hours for it, but
no, same.
Let's go.
But he's saying reports of a U.S. air base under attack are coming in, and I'm gonna turn.
I didn't know Uncensored AI sponsored him.
That's interesting. I'm gonna keep my eyes open for the U.S. base attack, but I'll continue this for now.
Never was about my marriage. It's not about my marriage. It's actually about my company, Rift TV. Now, Rift TV was started last year with 2 main objectives. Number 1, we wanted to create a community to hire individuals from the industry that were talented, but were fired from their jobs for anti-Semitism or anti-Israel remarks. One of those individuals, which you'll become familiar with today, is named Sarah Stock. Okay. Now, obviously, I'm not going to violate her NDA, and I don't want to get any more involved because, her previous employer threatened me. He also happens to be Jewish, but let's just say that she left the company for a reason that I felt like was wrong. And that's why we hired her. We didn't hire her for any other reason, the fact that she was talented and the fact that she was let go from her job for very nefarious reasons. And we wanted to create a community and a home for people like that. But the main reason why Rift TV was under attack and kind of was successfully dismantled, which happened previously before my divorce was made public, was because we created a network to be the first of its kind to not accept Zionist funding. Not accept any money from Israel, in fact, accept no pro-Israeli money, so we could actually speak freely about the truth of how the Israel lobby has infiltrated the United States of America at every facet, from the private industries to the public service accounts of our own president. It's true, as well as security, like with Palantir. And we wanted to create a network to combat that and give you guys the truth. And that's the real story here. That's the enemy of Milo. That's the enemy of Eli. And quite frankly, it's the enemy of the FBI as well as the Israeli intelligence services. Now, I want to say one thing before we get into part 1 that I need to just get out of the way. The New York Times has contacted me and offered me $25,000, which of course we have proof of, in order to give them the rights to this interview. This weird divorce, why is a divorce worth $25,000 to one of the largest publications that works directly with the United States intelligence services? Why would they give me money? Well, this is what it's all been about. It's been about controlling. Pause it
real quick. Dude, this is Jewish. All right, that's all I had to say. Next.
That's hilarious. Yeah, this is like well, I guess the whole thing is this is going to take some time to get through. I want to hear the full thing.
Hold on. Gasser said if he was, I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not. He said if he was unfaithful to his wife, it is none of our business. I would say that would be true if he wasn't a public figure establishing himself in the conservative sphere that is relatively traditional, while also sleeping with a quote unquote employee that he is working with, right? I mean, if he was some rando on the street, sure, but he's not. He's the one that that is essentially supposed to be held to a higher standard. And this is a thing that comes along where I get accused of ankle biting Nick, I'll be accused of ankle biting Elijah Schaffer. I guess this is just how it works. That right, these people, I'm not even saying that they should be held to a higher standard. I'm not even holding him to a higher standard, right? I mean, I would hold him to the same standard that I hold, while at the same time, he has a larger following. He has the funding. He has a positioning, essentially the same positioning that I have, but he is a hypocrite and then comes out basically saying that he's got aura because he was sleeping with a chick while he was married. It's like, what do we do? What are we doing here, man? What the fuck are we doing here, dude? Like, seriously.
Yeah, well, it's hinging upon the fact of like he is a representative of like the conservative right, and more so specifically, he's settled in as like the adjacent to like the Christian nationalist crowd. And when these are the figures that are pushing your ideals and things that you are friendly with, it makes you look bad when they're cutting things.
He just picked up Joel Webbon. He just picked up Joel Webbon. Right. That's why Joel Webbon changed the name of his entire branding. Was because of Elijah Schaffer and the Rift contract that they were working with.
That's wild. I didn't even think about that, but you're totally right. He was literally just recently on there. I think it was like
I'm not mad at Gasser. I'm just exhausted, dude. I'm exhausted of these people going out of their way to be degenerates, then they get called out, and then it's like, oh, I'm the victim. Why is my divorce so important? It's not your divorce, dude. Like, if you got divorced, like, people would talk about it, but it's not a big deal.
Right. Because it happens. But it's the fact of like the level of the degeneracy, like what you were saying, right? On top of, alcoholism, like it's all of these things, right? And it's like, you do need to make, like, this is kind of like the good form of gatekeeping.
And I want to ask, I might be a little bit out of the loop here, but how relevant is Elijah Schaffer to this day? I mean, I remember he was big back in 2016, but like no one even young in mainstream stuff really knows who he is. He talks about Milo being a rundown old podcaster. Now, definitely Milo's worse off, but I kind of put him in the same category. Am I wrong about this?
I would say yes. I would say yes, because it's not just Elijah Schaffer. It is Rift TV, and he's probably going to get into this in a second, right? Because it's not like, this isn't really about Elijah Schaffer. If it was just Elijah Schaffer, like, this would get blown over. But it's not just Elijah Schaffer, right? It's built into the Rift TV because Sarah Stock was working for Rift TV, along with you have Kai Starmer, you have Joel Webb, and you have all of these people that are actually relevant, all tied into this thing together.
Right.
And Elijah Schaffer isn't relevant necessarily when it comes to content or like culture, but he is relevant when it comes to funding and creating a parallel-esque Daily Wire, like Rift TV. Like, I got to give it to Elijah. Like, Rift TV is essentially what I would want to build, or something approaching that.
And that was the threat.
But it just takes money.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I agree with you. I think it was Rift TV, and it was more so the fact that he was kingmaking. It was, we know of Kai because of the ability that Elijah roped him in. Sarah Stock also was boosted off of this platform. There's a couple others in there that I know, like Braden Sorbo, I think, is another one that I'm thinking of. Is kind of boosted off. I don't know if he took the Rift TV tag out, but that's kind of the threat, right? Which is providing that platform for it.
I'm over here about to gas Josh out. We both got our mics on mute, so y'all can.
Hey, it's a family tradition, so.
I'm over here gassing the Jew. That's hilarious.
I didn't realize. Now it makes sense. No, I was going to say, I'm depleted, so I'm running out of brain steam right now.
How long have we been going?
I can tell Josh is too right now, because he's like staring down at the ground. But I guess if we can keep going a little bit, if you had something specific you wanted to go to,
let's knock out a little bit more of this, and we'll call it, because I'm not going to be out here too long either. I'll probably cover some of this week.
Yeah, I didn't even know this was a thing until somebody put it in the chat earlier. Let's bring it back.
It's because it's on Rumble.
That's true. Very true.
And that's why I want to tell you guys that when I say blackmail, you're going to find a lot of names being brought up here. Some will be redacted for security reasons and for legal reasons. But these blackmail artists who took private matters as well as many, many false and fabricated statements about myself, they had two requirements. One, I had to delete my social media or decide to log off for 1 year. And I had to check myself into rehab. Of course, when you ask each one of them, what am I going to rehab for? They don't really have the answer. It's always this drug or that drug. I am on no illegal substances, and I'm not abusing alcohol. I am not abusing any prescription medication at all, period. And I've already been evaluated by a psychiatrist who's cleared me and said, actually, yeah, there's no reason for you to go to rehab at all. I also want to say to the people who are struggling with substance abuse, there's no shame in going to rehab. If you do need to go, or if I ever need to go at any point in my life, I would gladly go because getting help is important if you need it. But the help that I need today is not for rehabilitation from drugs. The help I need is to protect myself and to shed light on the truth of two extremely dangerous individuals who they themselves are drug addicted and alcoholics, one of which frequents Berlin sex clubs, the gay kind, of course. I don't know if there's another kind. And the other individual is just absolutely the most insane, demonic person I think I've ever encountered who's a chaos agent and has become the enemy of our movement. Our movement is what? It is a liberated and free United States of America. It is a United States of America where our Constitution rules us, not some people in an office in Tel Aviv, not some people in Langley or individuals in D.C. who tell us what freedom of speech means, who tell us what the right to bear arms means. We have our documents framed and given to us by one important person. That's God, as our creator who has given us inalienable rights. And I'm going to, with every last drop of blood in my body, not worry today about clearing my name, but to tell you guys that I am not somebody who can be blackmailed, unfortunately.
I will say, I do want to hear Elijah's take on all of this, because there is an element of this that I don't trust Milo as to give the full 100% truth beyond all of this as well. So there might be a bit more of redeeming elements of the story here too, particularly with his wife and things like that as well. But we'll see.
And if they're blackmailing me, I'm going to tell you, I believe Sarah Stock was blackmailed. If the demands to me were to delete all my social media accounts, well, that's what she did. So I would assume that she's been probably put under similar threats. But they also blackmailed many individuals, including threatening my own father. That's how serious this has actually become. And while I don't want to claim that my wife, Kezia Louise McGarvey, now, or previously Kezia Louise Schaefer, is directly involved in these crimes against me, I am actually the victim of a multi-state criminal investigation in the theft of my car and the trafficking of my firearm, as well as wiretapping, and as well as felony and misdemeanor threats of blackmail and extortion. But as we jump into this, just realize one thing.
I mean, we're not going to get through this all tonight. I don't want to watch much more of this, but it's like the theft of his car. It's like, dude, you're the one that was posting about that. You were the one talking about your wife and your child were kidnapped. You're the one that fled to El Salvador because you thought the FBI was chasing you after some investigation that blew up when you tweeted a picture of Kash Patel and his girlfriend quote tweeting a honeypot tweet. So I don't even know how much weight I put into that anymore. Like how official is that? Like is that even real? Like why are we running to El Salvador? And then you look and see what he was talking to Gavin McInnes about. He gets backed into a corner saying essentially admitting that he was working with the U.S. government and the government of El Salvador. Have you seen that clip?
I have. It was a great catch by Gavin McInnes. Like, wait, what were you doing in El Salvador? And he's like, Elijah's answer is like, I was like helping some people there. Yeah. It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Was there further?
Let me find that clip because I think it's going to be completely relevant here. Elijah Gavin.
I can probably grab it real quick off of the search.
I'm faster than you are. It's texted. Super fast. Catch up. There it goes. It's the one with Elijah Big. Bottom right. Nope, down.
Down.
Bottom right.
This one. Yep. Oh, you're right.
His bag showed up. Mine didn't. I called American Airlines like, I don't know where your bags are.
Why are you going to El Salvador?
Because I worked at, I'm friendly with the government down there. I work in, let's just say I liaison from the interests of America are in El Salvador, and I help represent some of those interests. And so basically I go down there, I have safe haven down there, I have a safe house, I have people. I'm getting threats on my life, I get my family.
So like, what are we supposed to make of this exactly? Like, what did he say at the end? He's like a liaison. What's the second half of this?
The interests of America are in El Salvador, and I help represent some of those interests. And so basically I go down there, I have safe haven down there, I have a safe house, I have people. I'm getting threats on my life, I get my family.
Who is this guy?
Right.
I mean, talk about outing yourself as an actual Fed. I represent American interests down there. We have safe houses. It's like give me the playbook a little harder, Daddy. You know?
Like,
oh man.
We have another one here from Junior. He says, Atlas, I saw a recent interview with that gay Tate dude that looks like Mark Zuckerberg from Timcast. What's his name? Tate Browning or something. And he says, and Elijah implied, or he says intimated, but I'm assuming intimated, he has a lot of connections, big connections in DC. Okay, so he works for the government. And is this Fed on Fed crime from Milo? Elijah? Like, what are we watching? Yeah, he's in a better.
It's organized controversy is what it is.
Yeah, right. Orchestrated controversy. When was this, too, by the way?
Not that long ago. That was after his Cash Patel tweet.
That's crazy.
Had to be 3 months, maybe 2.5, 3 months, early December.
That's crazy. I can tell by that compound censored thing in there too. Okay. Lay it on us, Elijah. What it is?
For sure. They thought they shut Rift down. They thought that I would cave because any one of you who were in this situation, you would have caved. I promise you. The threats they made, they didn't even have the evidence that they claimed they had. But when I doubled down online, people thought I was doubling down on sin. To the Christians out there who believed Milo and took his word based off of a thread and some broken interviews, shame on you. You're all hypocrites. Just a few months ago, I became a catechumen with the Orthodox Church. Previously, I was not following God. All of these allegations, the disastrous state of my marriage, they all actually led me to God a few months ago. And all of the allegations, whether they are true or false, all claim to have occurred before I found God. And so this is not only not going to stop me in my job, this blackmail and extortion is not going to make me ashamed of the gospel, ashamed of being a Christian, and ashamed of admitting that, yeah, I am a sinner, I make mistakes, but you cannot use that against me. You cannot, like the devil. There's only two people who will use your past against you. That's women and the devil.
Man. I'm just tired of the Christian grift too. I'm not saying he's not, but I mean, if I'm making a bet, I think I win that one.
Well, isn't this kind of, I mean, would we not hold to the same thing with Nala Ray, right? If you just became a Christian yesterday, you've been living a life of degeneracy, should you not think you should hold your tongue probably for a little bit until you get a stronger grasp on what really the Christian lifestyle is? And I hold to that, and I hold the same way here. When this story broke, like, I really could care less about Elijah. The biggest thing for me was that it was a resounding black pill demoralization for a lot of young men who watch the situation, who see the Sarah Stock and Sarah Stock's husband, and they're like, you know, what juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Well, he's also talking about his conversion in a womanish way, which is like, well, I wasn't even saved when I did that, but I am now.
That with the echo is perfect.
Oh, is it echoing still? Sorry.
You get that, like you doing the voice changing with the echo there, like it made it sound like an actor came in and like he was voice dropping lines.
Let's go, dude.
But I mean, you know, I don't know. I get the base defense of, like, you know, if you were judged by your worst moments, you know, if Milo followed me around, you know, what would you think of me? But again, like, I don't have anything close to this, right? Like, the worst they're gonna find me is, it's like, you know, like I stood outside and stared at the sun too long. You know, like it's like what are they gonna find of you know, that's gonna be insane like that? And that's the part I agree with you on, Zeb, which is like just the extreme level of it.
God doesn't do that. And in my life, I have repented of a lot of sin in the last 4 months, including sexual sin in my life. I'll never endorse degeneracy or sin on this show. I would never in my personal life tell people that sin is okay. And if I have sinned at any point during my marriage, that's none of your fucking business. That's between me, God, and my wife, and anyone else who was involved, and you are not. So stop asking a public figure to tell you things that he doesn't owe you. Clearly, you guys have bought the lie, and you bought the gossip from a gay Jewish guy who's currently getting railed in the ass by a black man and faking a conversion to Catholicism.
Okay.
I like how his background, it's like trying to hypnotize us into believing him.
I know. I've been staring at it too. Like I've been seeing it behind. Lomat says Nick's about to hit the studio. I'm assuming he would, right? Are we at the? No, we got about another 40 minutes. We need another 40 minutes to get even close. Cooper, thank you very much for becoming a member. Thank you for becoming a silver member. Should be getting some of those coins from Athenor here soon, I would imagine. Probably already mailed some out to Zeb, I would think. Caleb Camarella says, I don't trust Elijah. I trust Milo even less. That's kind of where I am at too.
Yeah, coins going out early this week. If you have a couple of people you want me to send them to, Atlas, I can do that too. If they get you address, we'll just call it Tuesday.
Word. Did you want to watch more of this? I'm tapped. I'm about to bounce out of here.
I'm good. I'll probably watch it and do a little bit of coverage of it. I was trying to find something. There was a clip of him and Joel. I think it was Joel Webbin was on his show, and Elijah was saying some like retarded shit. Is it? I don't think it's the woman thing.
Oh, I think it is the woman thing. He said this really weirdly to Joel Webbin, and Webbin almost didn't respond. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Oh, here it goes. I think this is it. Here. We'll watch this just to put a little ice on the cake of Elijah. But
you sent it to me, right?
Yeah, I just texted. Should have it.
Yeah, let me just add it. Yeah, let me put it in here.
Caleb said Zeb always with a bad take. Dude, I only have good takes. I don't know what y'all are talking about, dude. I've never had a bad take in my life.
See, what is this lying? And Geogas for the super chat before we put this on, he says, when I rule the land, the gossip will have capital punishment, the most vile and feminine form of abuse. It's yeah.
I don't think I would classify this as gossip though.
Yeah, right. This
I
is
mean,
like,
I would be on
publicly.
board with you, Gasser.
Right, this is like public.
You can be my gossip punishment advisor, and I'll just refer to you, and all you have to say is capital every time I refer to you. That's fine.
Well, and I think the whole point of gossip is it's done behind people's back. I don't think we care if Elijah sees this.
Yeah, it's rumor starting. Gossip is more rumor starting than
yeah. Elijah posted it, not us.
Yeah,
it's funny. Man, I'm just tired. Cooper says, watch Ghost in the Machine. It's a 2-part Army ad campaign. If you want to conduct psychological operations in the world, join the Army. Thank you for the super chat.
Is that the one with Scarlett Johansson, or is that a different movie? Am I thinking like Ex Machina or something?
No, you're thinking of Ghost in the Shell.
You're thinking of Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, Ghost in the Shell. There you go. I mean, I haven't seen it, but I was just asking. Okay.
Yeah. I'm loosely familiar with Ghost in the Shell, but okay, this is the dude. I'm not even gonna read the caption. Let's just watch the video. That's ridiculous, dude.
Things have changed, and I've had to travel around the world and meet with very, very weird people and cool people to try to make this stuff happen. And unlike Sorbo over here, my knees were not bruised and hurt when I had to do those meetings.
Hey, you got to get ahead somehow.
Well, it was a head, not get head. Yeah, but not give head.
But not if
get
you're
ahead, not
Kevin
give it.
Sorbo's son.
Yeah,
you don't have to do that. Elijah might, but not you. You're
true.
good.
That's what my dad
might be
did.
doing
To get ahead. I'm just doing it because I'm enjoying it. No, but okay, yeah, but I was saying, like, with the hyphenated stuff, it's things have changed. I've had
okay.
I mean, it's not a lot, but it's like,
yeah.
I mean, that wasn't even that long ago, dude. That was probably what, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
Like right at the very end of last year.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So
dude.
Anyway,
I mean, you might have a 5-minute. Oh shoot. You might have a 5-minute highlight reel if you clipped everything I said that was gay. It might even be 10 minutes. Milo drops the dossier, dude.
Yeah, but
Don't
I'm
grab
not.
all
I'm
the-
not also cheating on my wife and then playing the victim.
No,
And
right.
I think these are completely different things.
Right. I get it. I get it. It's that's but like they could build a dossier off of just all my live stream moments. Is he actually gay? No, I mean I guess we want to do an outro to kind of end this out, and I want to make sure you guys hear me too, speaking to the microphone. I do appreciate everybody for being here, all the super chats, everybody who stayed, especially if anybody was here from start to finish. I would imagine there's probably a few of you who were. We appreciate that greatly. And, support NEV. Obviously, we want to continue doing the mission. And as we've been beginning the new year, we're getting a lot closer to accomplishing a bit of our goals of getting a bit more unified and pushing out some more of this content. Although things happen and we get busy, and obviously we try to do the best. And, me and Zeb being married, we get whipped, and, guys don't see it. And this is kind of we're victims, actually, me and Zeb.
When did y'all get married?
No, just messing. But no, we appreciate you guys greatly. It's been a long day.
Alice, I got a video idea for me and you. Marcus just put in the chat. There are levels of this gayness, Zeb. We did the what is a Fed video not long ago. I think we need to do what is gay. and then we can just rank people as gayness, like lowercase gay, capital G gay, all caps gay. I think we can figure something out there.
And then gay, GHEY. It's like that, like the funny gay. No, I get it.
But yeah.
But no, I appreciate you guys, and Christ is King as always. I'm sure we'll have more for you tomorrow. And as the week ensues, we'll see more what was occurring with Iran. Anything else you guys want to say before we sign off?
Go USA. Let's kick Iran's ass. Yeah.
Facts.
I love you all, and I'm very tired. I will see you later.
Yes, peace out, everybody. One last super chat from Jugas3 says, was not talking about the segment. Milo uses gossip to acquire power. And
yeah.
Yeah.
No, Milo's definitely catching a rope.
And we'll see you guys next time.